Good evening. Welcome to the October 26, 2021 City Council Successor Agency meeting. Pursuant to Section 54956 of the California Government Code, a special meeting of the City Council is hereby called for October 26, 2021. It is 6:18, and we do have a quorum. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer? Councilmember Rary?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. We do have a quorum. At this time, we will open public comments. I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are on the closed session agenda. I received 0 written public comments on this item prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda. If appropriate, staff will follow up on them. I do have one hand raised. Cinziana Todor, I'll go ahead and call on you first. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening. I would like to briefly comment on the closed session agenda item A. As I mentioned before, a salary increase for a top management position should be merit-based or paid for performance. Also, the evaluation of that performance needs to be possibly around 5 key areas that usually C-level executives are evaluated on: leadership, people management, strategy, operating matrix, and external relationship. While I'm not privy how the individual filling the city manager position today rates on leadership and people management indicators, I definitely formed an opinion as resident of Brentwood on how I would rate him from strategy, operating matrix, and external relationship perspective. From a strategy perspective, looks like the strategy city manager is employing is to drive the city into the ground. The vision to make Brentwood the very best, preserving its rich heritage and keeping Brentwood in the hearts of the people seems to not be very clear to the city manager. In 2 years since he was installed, I would think this strategy would be well instilled in his work and transparent in the results. However, it is not, and I'm not the only one saying this. Operating metrics, productivity, asset utilization, quality, and customer satisfaction are not heading in the right direction today under his supervision. One example is how the city manager is wasting Brentwood's money. It is unbelievable how much money we are spending on consultants. Basically, we hire consultants for every single city project and not leveraging staff that's very well qualified, as we all know. On top of that, under city manager's supervision, we spent $700,000 for housing element update, and now we are incurring additional expenses because the project is late and the state is fining us. I don't have an update on that, but I'm pretty sure we're still in that same boat right now. And it doesn't look very good for city's budget, and not, again, good utilization of city staff capacity. From an external relationship perspective, that not a very positive grade either. We see preferential treatment for different groups or even within the same group. Small business owners established in downtown Brentwood get more attention than the ones that have businesses outside downtown. We can see how grants were distributed mainly to downtown businesses, how landscape and general beautification improvements are not monitored and enforced properly for area outside downtown. Transparency in the city business was lost since the current city manager took over. One example is that around the project pages that have been taken down a long time ago.
The speaker's timer was up. And I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comments. I need a motion to recess to closed session.
So moved. I second that.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are recessed to closed session.
it going? Good. Yeah.
Okay, at this time, we will reconvene from our closed session. There is nothing to report out from our closed session. And we do have a quorum. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rary?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. If you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, at this time, we will open public comments. Margaret, I'll turn it to you.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda, items listed under Informational Reports or on the consent calendar, and requests for future agenda items, new requests. Please save your comments for any other items for that part of the agenda when you'll have the opportunity to provide them. I received 2 written public comments prior to the meeting from Jessica Babcock and Kim Henson, both opposing the proposed Bluebird Village project that's been submitted by Eden Housing. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda. If appropriate, staff will follow up on them. I have 5 hands currently raised. I will start with Lillian.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
Hi. I'm here to thank the mayor and all of the city staff and the city council for all their support of the community chest. We're already getting started this year and anticipating doing the same thing this year as we had to do last year because of COVID. So we'll primarily be a drive-through distribution again this year. We have a couple of, our distribution date this year is December 18th. And I'd like to invite all the new council people to come by and see what it is we're doing, and also invite the longtime city council people to come by and see what we're doing. We have a car show coming up in conjunction with the police department on November 20th. I hear Santa's going to show up at our drive-through toy drive. We've picked a couple of dates, but I need to check with Santa to make sure those dates work. And the police department is supporting that. We're hoping to get some support from the fire department also for that. And I think that's about it. I just want to thank the city for all your support. We could not do it without you and without this Brentwood School District and without our community. We have a wonderful community that supports everything we do, and they're very, very generous. And I think that's it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Holly Bishop, followed by Linda. Holly, go ahead.
First, I would like to thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate the work you do, and I can't imagine how hard of a job it would be to be City Council, especially in these times. This isn't the first time we spoke for some of you, and if you have recalled, you have received an email from me regarding questions on charter laws. To sum up the history of why I am speaking, in case you need a refresher, is many people, businesses, workers feel the mandates for COVID are unjust. Some feel they are unconstitutional, and some feel, especially me, that mandating vaccines for children when there isn't a long-term fertility study is unjust. On a side note, I don't want anyone to think I have an assumption I'm anti-vax. I am vaccinated. But more or less, people feel like they are not heard. In fact, when I went to some of you, I won't name names, you said we could become a charter city, but it would take months. And my response was that we've been doing this for years. What's a couple months? Now, if you remember, I sat back one day feeling like I didn't have a say in a so-called free America, and neither did people. So I thought, how do we get around this? Then I remember Proposition H in San Francisco and thought, how did San Francisco get a law that goes against the constitutional right to bear arms? So I looked it up and found a charter law. To have a charter law, you have to become a charter city. Once done, you can make charter laws that supersede state constitutions, mandates, etc. If you have a city voting for it, in addition to receiving 8% of city signatures to get it on the ballot. And so here I am. I'm frustrated City Council hasn't responded. I even called the city attorney and was told since I'm not an attorney, I won't get a call back. But I'm a taxpayer. I own my own home. And for what I understand, the extra line item on my property taxes goes to the city attorney. And that's over $600 a year. I would hope I would get a call back. Listen, I'm not telling you to do something. I'm asking, what is the positive and negatives to becoming a charter city with a charter law? Someone said by going against the mandates by a popular charter law vote, the state could remove funding. And that is a pure definition of communism. And if that's the case, people need to know. In fact, several charter laws are liberal, but the country our forefathers founded on is free and not one-sided. I'm hoping to receive a call back, which I have wanted for over a month. We need to know we have rights. What are the pros and cons of something? And God put you on City Council for a reason. And though it may be hard, it's time to stand up. I look forward to hearing from you. As you may know, we are holding a Freedom Rally October 30th at City Park from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. We are asking for freedoms of choice. Please get back to me on this. Am I understanding the charter issue correctly? We need to know the pros and cons of things. We need to know we have a voice.
Thank you. The next speaker is Linda, followed by Carolina.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Linda DeChambeau. I'm the Executive Director of Generation Green's Contra Costa County Climate Leaders, also known as 4CL. As you know, we've been doing environmental education in our county since 1990, and as a former mayor myself, working to educate and share best practices between our cities and our county to help make it easier and consistent and help facilitate generating staff reports. I came before you last year, and I came to you again in April of this year. And it was very twofold to commend Brentwood on the, interestingly, very robust and representative general plan language that you adopted 7 years ago in 2014 to address climate change. Language is actually an excellent template for all of our cities to follow, and particularly starting on page 37 of your 154-page general plan from 7 years ago. Unfortunately, the problem is that Brentwood's not following it. And you've heard from me before, and I'm here again today to point out that, yes, that's right. Brentwood is not following its own general plan and its implementation plan or IP element. So tonight I saw that this evening Council Member Meyer is trying to get this on an agenda, and since it's a presentation, not an agenda item, I'm asking you, and there won't be public comment, to please, again, we're asking you to put this for a full public hearing, particularly before the end of this calendar year, and certainly no later than February of 2022, since Brentwood's about 7 years behind of implementing its own general plan language. And there are a lot of things you can do that have zero or no cost, such as joining MCE, since Brentwood is one of only 4 cities in our county who has not done that yet. And there are a lot of ways you could move forward with some of the language in your general plan at no cost. So I look forward to that being a future agenda item, and I do ask you to please support item F2 this evening and hold a public hearing. Thank you for your time and all that you're doing for our community. We really want to make sure that Brentwood is sustainable for future generations to enjoy. Thank you for your time and your service.
The next speaker is Carolina.
Good evening, City Council. I just had a question, just an observation from not last City Council, but the one before, where you set the really bad precedent of asking an applicant who actually wasn't an applicant if they wanted money from a grant to put the ice skating rink downtown. I'm wondering if you're reaching out to other businesses in the area who might also need some money for Christmas, like, oh, I don't know, the Streets. The Streets has the tree farm going up so people can purchase Christmas trees, and right now they have Halloween Spirit, which is going away in a few days. So I'm wondering, are we looking at other parts of town when we do these grants, reaching out to them proactively like we did with this one applicant who wasn't technically an applicant? The Streets is looking really, really bad, and I've brought this up before, that I'm not sure if anyone has had a conversation with the folks who run the Streets or who own the Streets to see what their plan is to make sure that we don't keep losing storefronts, because it's pretty soon it's going to start looking very blighty. So that is my comment for tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cinziana, followed by Danny Dorman. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hello, good evening. I would like to touch on 2 topics for tonight. Considering the aggressive and predatory housing laws that were passed recently in Sacramento and several other coming in effect, I'm very worried about Brentwood's future. Brentwood residents repeatedly say how much they want Brentwood to stay Brentwood, the city we all like and fell in love with. I urge you to follow and apply our general plan as it was implemented and reject any rezone requests. Brentwood residents, along with planning staff, worked so hard to put this sound plan in place, and we need to support and defend its stipulations. I ask you to work closely with city staff and understand all aspects of the new laws to make the right decisions for your constituents when projects are presented. Please stop accepting the line that has become a threat in the past. Approve the project so the city does not get sued. Know the why and the how. Don't complain like one of our city council members recently did, that there are too many meetings. These meetings are taking too much time away from the family. It is understandable that life gets in the way more often than we would like to. However, you were elected to make good and educated decisions on behalf of your constituents. And if that takes extra time, you need to put it in. You were not elected to only take advantage of medical insurance offered, or even worse in some cases, to give yes vote to repay debts to developers to finance some of your political campaigns. The second item I would like to address is and ask you to please help residents to stay educated and have access to development project information, those being residential or commercial. Please direct city staff to bring back the project pages that have all application details, plans, and documentation accessible for residents in place. The residents need to stay informed and be able to understand what's happening on their street, in their neighborhood, and their city, and how a project will impact their life. We are now stuck with a spreadsheet that does not mean anything. is just a list that creates anxiety for the residents who do not know what to expect to be built in front of their house. So please, in the name of transparency, help us find a solution to this problem and bring the project information back for your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danny Dorman, followed by Maribel. Danny, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Well, first and foremost, I wanted to put staff on warning that I'm going to apply for the Planning Commission. So even though I probably won't get the gig, if I do, the city and the staff really need to keep an eye out. I'm actually going to talk about E1 when the time comes. That's where my major concern is. But I wanted to touch upon the folks that are having yet another anti-vax, give us our freedom meeting on Saturday. I would like you, the council, to stand up and say, if you have been vaccinated, to come out and proudly say, yes, I've been vaccinated. More importantly, for those of you who may not have been vaccinated, to come out and let us know that too. Because if you haven't been vaccinated, then you really need to stop promoting if that is your true belief. So I hope that I would hope that all of you will stand up and say, yes, you've been vaccinated, and not have to be painted in a corner. And I look forward to talking to everyone about E1. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Maribel, followed by Ben Kellogg. Maribel, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
I think you may have a bad connection. Do you want to try a different audio source, and I will mute you and come back to you?
Yes, Maribel. I would just like to say information on COVID. That is actually, that's fine. Yeah, can you hear me, or is it still choppy?
No, now that's better. Go ahead. I'll restart your timer.
Okay. Thank you.
It went away again. I will go ahead and mute you and come back.
Thank you to our city council member that is actual and science-based.
Let me go ahead and mute you and come back to you. Your connection is shaky. I'll go ahead and go to Ben Kellogg. Mr. Kellogg, go ahead.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
I actually want to bring up a traffic issue, the in and out of 5581 Lone Tree. As everyone may or may not know, the line of cars that wraps around that place is kind of ridiculous. It goes out into Lone Tree from about 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. every day. It causes traffic issues. I've seen several close accidents, and I've actually seen a couple rear-enders where, because people are wrapping around out the drive-through, down the driveway, and then out Lone Tree, and even extending down Lone Tree. And I was wondering if there's something that we can do as a council to work with management there and the owners about somehow changing the way the drive-through is done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and call on Rod Floor. Rod, go ahead. Oops. Now, you should be able to unmute now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I thank you to Linda Deschambault. I think is the name for reminding me that I need to speak now on the future agenda item regarding the conservation and open space element of the general plan. As many of you know, I've been concerned for some time now about our park situation and open space in general in Brentwood, not the least because my neighborhood was threatened with having 2 large apartment complexes built on our open space. I think that as far as the conservation and open space element, it's very good. I think we need to really concentrate on conservation of our open space, make sure we continue to have it. We need to be careful about using it for other purposes. I think probably the biggest example of that would be the room that the city council is sitting in now in the complex, the city hall and community center complex that was built just before my time in Brentwood on the old Brentwood City Park, which many people were not happy about at the time. I guess there's still people in town that will point to that thing and call it the Taj Mahal. And I just feel like, and I've been to the city council chambers many times, and it's very nice. But I think it's really important that we be very careful about using parklands for other things, other open space. We shouldn't be developing on open space ever. We need to keep that for us and for the preservation of the parklands. I attended the Roddy Ranch open house and learned actually a number of new reasons that I have, not new reasons, but new to me reasons why we need to keep the open space that we have and protect the environment we have and keep those pathways through the city open, as well as the environmental spaces outside the city. So outside the ULL, we have protections, and inside the city, we should have protections as well. So I look forward to hearing about that. I hope that does get placed on a future agenda. I think we have many things to talk about, and I agree with the other speaker that we've been really neglecting this element, and we really need to do something with it. Thank you.
I'll go back to Maribel. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I hope this is better. I wanted to say thank you to our city council members who continue to share information on COVID-19 that is actual and science-based. You know who you are. I'd like to welcome our community to reach out to either Contra Costa Health Services, La Clínica de la Raza, Kaiser, for information that is science and not emotionally based. Regarding resources available in the area, I'd really like to urge the community to go to either 211.org, our Brentwood Senior Center. You can go come to us, Hijas del Campo, Monument Impact, etc. if you need support of any kind. Times are still tough. We are still in a pandemic. And it's important that we understand where we can go for resources. I would just also like to remind everybody that it is open enrollment for Medicare. So if you guys need that or have family members who need it, please reach out. Again, thank you to everybody. I'd like to say thank you to Susana and Jovita for supporting Hijas del Campo always. And yeah, that's it. Thank you so much. And let us know if you need boosters. We can also help connect you with the county. So thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comments and move into item A, proclamation, which will be mailed to Contra Costa Community Awareness Emergency Response Group. And this is the proclamation for Shelter-in-Place Education Day. Whereas public and private schools and child care centers throughout Contra Costa County will be participating in the Shelter-in-Place drill on the 3rd of November. And whereas the Contra Costa Community Awareness Emergency Response Group, CAER, is sponsoring the 20th Annual Shelter-in-Place drill and assisting schools and child care centers with their emergency preparedness. And whereas emergency response agencies include fire, sheriff, and health officials, all recommend shelter in place as the immediate action to take in case of hazardous release. And whereas the shelter in place drill increases public awareness about shelter in place as a protective action, and gives students and teachers practice in implementing this important procedure. Whereas the County Office of Education has endorsed the shelter-in-place drill and encouraged all sites to participate, now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood recognizes the importance of preparing for emergencies and encourages participation in Contra Costa CAER Group's public education efforts in support of the parents, teachers, students, and staff that will be participating with hundreds of other schools and child care centers in the shelter-in-place drill. We proclaim November 3rd, 2021 as Shelter-in-Place Education Day, dated this 26th of October, 2021. At this time, we will move into item B, informational reports from council members. And I'll start on my right this time.
Hello. Since the last time we met, I attended the Planning Commission meeting, redistricting town hall / meeting, attended the Vineyards at Marsh Creek call, which was via Zoom. That's really exciting. We've been waiting for that for a long time. The John Marsh Heritage Day, which was fantastic, where Senator Glazer presented the $1.4 million to kick off the restoration efforts of the house. So super excited about that. Working with staff to understand the density bonuses. I think, Cinziana spoke to that. So just spending extra time there because we really need to understand how these laws are going to impact us when we're voting and when we're moving forward on different projects. Let's see, I actually handed out candy at the streets trick-or-treating event. The Delta Gallery said that they clicked through all of the people and they had about 1,400 people walk through. So it was super busy. I haven't seen it that busy in a long time. Attended a congressional call on their redistricting. I think it's important that when we redistrict our Congress districts that we keep all farm workers together. We have a huge population here in Brentwood and Stockton area, and we don't want to dilute their voice by moving them to a different district. We need to have them have one loud voice. And let's see, I think that is about it these last couple weeks. So thank you.
Yes, I had no committee meetings this last couple of weeks. I did had a follow-up meeting with some of our staff regarding the Brentwood Boulevard workshop that I attended a few weeks ago with the northeast of Brentwood. Also attended the chamber event where they recognized Citizen of the Year, Shauna Fippen. Also the Business of the Year, the Red Box Business Solutions, Inc. And they also recognized Nonprofit Business of the Year, which is Working Wonders. Attended that event, very nice event. And that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a meeting with Supervisor Burgess. The discussion was around COVID vaccine numbers in East County compared with other parts of the county, the impacts that our percentage versus others might have on dates to actually lift mask mandates. East County could bring the rest of the county down when it comes to being able to have that solid open date. So it's something we need to watch. And yes, I am vaccinated. Watch the redistricting meeting, the California Alliance of Local Electeds, watch the Planning Commission meeting. I had a Zoom meeting with our Public Works Director, Mickey, to discuss agenda items and some downtown midways projects. I also handed out candy at the Streets of Brentwood trick-or-treat event. It was fantastic to see so many people just really thrilled to be back out in public. Most of them were masked. I started the John Marsh Historic Trust Annual Stonehouse Day in one role and continued in my council role. Enjoyed both very much. I attended the Envision Contra Costa 2040 Sustainability Commission meeting to learn a little bit about the climate planning on a county level, which was more really appropriate for unincorporated areas, but it was interesting to see how they were implementing that. Had a meeting with Linda DeChambeau, the Executive Director of the Contra Costa County Climate Leaders. Attended a Cal Cities League Leaders meeting in my new role to discuss the legislative focus for the League for the new year. I missed initially the Vineyards Amphitheater meeting and also the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District State of the District, so I watched those after the fact, and both were worth it, and both are still available to see if you want to join that. Thank you.
Since the last time we met, I attended the CalPERS Asset Liability Management webinar. The redistricting committee, which will get started on really working on the maps the next time. This last time was just kind of an overview of what will happen. I attended a John Marsh Historic Trust Board meeting in preparation for the John Marsh Heritage Day. And I got to tell you, the Heritage Day, I was there as a volunteer, and so many people who came up had never been there before. So that was an exciting thing to be able to let people know about John Marsh and his contributions to our community and to our state. He was influential in bringing the wagon trains out here through his prolific letter writing, and he was also very influential in California becoming a state. So that's why it's important that we preserve the house out there. Let me see, what else did I do? I also, after the fact, watched the Brentwood Boulevard Specific Plan Open House and the Vineyards at Marsh Creek Amphitheater Town Hall. And like Councilmember Meyer had said, that they are both very good to watch. And I would suggest, if you haven't, there is a link on the website that you can go to, on the city website you can go to. I attended the ABAG MTC Preventing Evictions. And while it was areas from San Francisco and Napa and I think United Way and a couple other got on there, but then I went back to our county to find out what's going on there. And tenants can submit applications through the state's Housing is Key website, which is I have posted on my Facebook social media council member social media page, as well as on Nextdoor. And they have committed $71 million of the American Rescue Plan Act towards helping people who need to have their rents paid. Those who are approved may receive up to 100% of their rent and utility payments, even though the eviction ban has ended. Landlords can't boot out their tenants until they're first allowed to apply for rental relief. They also the supervisors also agreed to spend some of the grant money to hire independent mediators to assist in disputes and use pro bono attorneys to provide legal advice. The program won't provide legal representation to fight tenants' cases in court, but they will help as being mediators. I attended the POW Tamale Festival subcommittee meeting, and the Tamale Festival will take place at the Vets Hall on November 20th. I believe it's from 5 at night till 5 to 10. And you can go to the PAL Facebook page to find out how to purchase tickets. I also attended the Chamber of Commerce Citizen Business Nonprofit of the Year, and my hat goes off to those who received awards: Shauna Phippen, Redbox, and Working Wonders. It takes a lot to be recognized. It takes 3 people, at least 3 nominations to even be considered. And it's not something that you can do for your job. Well, the business kind of is, but the business is for going above and beyond and helping the community. And it's always such a pleasure to go to these and to see those who have been recognized each year. And other than that, that is all I have to report. Thank you. Thank you. Since the last time we met, I attended the Citizen Business and Chamber of the Year, Chamber of Commerce, the Habitat Conservancy Board meeting. Also attended the John Marsh Heritage Day, and there was a great turnout. And again, we want to thank Senator Glazer for all his work and support for our local park that we're working with the state parks as well as the East County parks in getting this moved forward. And one of the important things to note about this is it is really a celebration and education of all
peoples that have lived there for over 7,000 years. Not just the John Marsh House, but also an education on how we got here in this point in time to recognize everyone that has participated and lived in that location. Also, I attended the Downtown Business Coalition event. It was a cornhole competition that I successfully lost 3 in a row and was out immediately. So it allowed me to cheer on our local first responders and our residents and businesses, and it was a great time. Also, there was an airport land use committee meeting, as well as I attended a meeting with the community chest directors regarding this holiday toy drive and fundraisers. Also, been having interaction with Congressman McNerney, representing a family in our community and an issue they're dealing with. I attended the Rotary meeting this week and presented them the proclamation that was read our last meeting. And also I attended the Rotary fundraiser here at the community chest and learned that an app playing poker is a lot easier than the real thing. But they raised a lot of money for our community, and appreciate what they were doing there. I also attended the Tri-Delta Transit Board, the Highway 4 Bypass Committee, and also the Transplan Committee since the last time we met. And that's all I have to report at this time. So at this time, we will move on to item C, the consent calendar. Do you have a motion for the consent calendar?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve consent calendar C1 to, C7.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Mr. Mayor, I believe the city clerk needs to read the title of the ordinance.
Thank you. Margaret?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood repealing Brentwood Municipal Code Chapter 2.22 Redevelopment Agency and adding a new Chapter 2.52 to the Brentwood Municipal Code pertaining to a Building Board of Appeals.
Okay, and could I get a motion, again, that we just made prior to the city clerk reading the ordinance for item C1? Or do we need that?
Actually, I believe, Mr. Mayor, you have the motion in the second. We just do the vote over. That would be perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to item D, public hearings. Item D1 pertains to an urgency ordinance to extend the interim ordinance that adds a chapter to the municipal code regarding emergency medical and fire protection services funding. And City Manager Tim Ogden will now present on the report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item should look somewhat familiar. About a month ago, we had it on an agenda to create an urgency ordinance. September 21st, 2021, and there was some urgency again to address the property owner's public safety, health, and welfare by creating an urgency ordinance to require any new development to annex into the East Contra Costa County Fire Protection District, CFD, the Community Facility District. And the purpose of that CFD, the Community Facility District, is to levy a special tax to finance their and any successors to them, emergency medical and fire protection facilities, infrastructure, and services. As you'll recall, we have two different triggers that when building permits are submitted for either residential or non-residential here in the city of Brentwood, we would require that as a condition of approval for those developments to then annex into that CFD. East Contra Costa Fire Protection District does have an annexation application fee of $4,500. I wasn't able to share that with you last month. We didn't have that information at the time, but that is for all projects, residential and non-residential. With that urgency ordinance that was created a month ago, it was effective for 45 days, so that will take you through November 5th. And simultaneously, we've been working with the Planning Commission to recommend to you approval of the non-urgency ordinance. But with the action that we're requesting of you tonight is to extend that urgency ordinance. And state statute has a provision that Any extensions would be for 10 months and 15 days. So 45 days the first time, and then 10 months and 15 days the second time. And with the Planning Commission's recommendation, we will bring the ordinance back to you on November 9th and November 16th. These are our two regular scheduled meetings in November that do deviate from the typical schedule. We'll also be bringing back a part of the ordinance that will codify city CFD service funding, as we've had CFDs being required of new developments since 2002 by resolution. Now that will be in our municipal code to be consistent with the fire CFD language. And once you consider this in November, it would take effect 30 days after adoption, and that would then repeal and replace this urgency ordinance that, again, we're asking you to extend tonight. And so with that, your schedule tonight is, if you have any questions, open up the public hearing, have any council discussion, and then consider voting on the urgency ordinance extension. And as mentioned, we'll be back to talk about this in November.
Are there any questions of staff at this time? Okay. Seeing none. Okay. I will now open the public hearing. City Clerk.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I do see one hand raised, Ben Kellogg. Mr. Kellogg, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening, council and staff. This is a no-brainer. I urge the council to vote in the affirmative to extending the emergency language, as well as, when the time comes, agreeing on a permanent ordinance that is tough, but fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay, at this time, we will close public comments, and if there are no further speakers, I need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
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 Opposed? It is unanimous. Is there any further council discussion on this?
I just wanted to mention, during my information, I mentioned the state of the district that Chief Helmick did. And I think anyone who has more questions about how this came about, the history behind the CFDs and how they came to be, should watch that. It's very interesting, and he gives some East Contra Costa Fire Protection District perspective on how we got to where we are today. And you can see that on their Facebook page. Thank you.
I also want to thank staff and council for all the work that's been done up until this point. This is something that has been in process to pass for a long time to move us forward. This isn't the ultimate fix, but it is a good step in the right direction. So thank staff and everyone involved with this. At this time, if there's no further discussion, do I have a motion?
Make a motion, as detailed in the staff report, adopt an urgency ordinance to extend the interim ordinance, adding Chapter 17.635 to the municipal code.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Margaret?
An urgency ordinance extending the interim ordinance, adding Chapter 17.635 Emergency Medical and Fire Protection Service Funding to the City of Brentwood Municipal Code.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? It is unanimous. We will move on to item D2, council consideration of the adoption of the 2021-22 cost allocation plan and schedule of city fees. And Will Alderman will present the staff report at this time.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. Tonight, we're presenting the fiscal year 2021-22 22 cost allocation plan and schedule of city fees. The cost allocation plan provides the city with a method to recover direct and indirect costs for services. In accordance with state law, our fees are limited to the reasonable cost of providing the service to the consumer. The two main sections of the book are hourly rates followed by fees. The hourly rates are calculated based on the city's pay schedule and operating budget. Budgeted costs are used to compute a departmental overhead and citywide overhead factor. The overhead factors are included in each job classification within the cost allocation plan to arrive at what is referred to as a fully loaded hourly rate for each classification. Fees portion of the book captures all of the fees previously approved by the City Council as well as fees collected by the city but governed by other agencies. There's only one new fee being requested at this time. Due to increased requests for septic waste disposal services, Public Works is requesting a new septic receiving fee per 1,000 gallons. The fee was calculated using the methods detailed on page 4 of the staff report. In order for the fees to keep pace with inflation, the majority of fees are annually adjusted on July 1 by the Consumer Price Index, CPI, or the Engineering News Record, ENR, depending on the fee. This year, CPI increased by 4.13%, and the ENR index increased by 3.4%. There are some fees which are governed by other agencies or laws and adjust by other percentages or requirements and become effective at varying times during the year. The method of adjustment for these fees are displayed in the fee schedule in the book. In closing, I would like to thank the City Council for their policy direction, as well as the efforts from staff across all city departments who assisted in the publication of this document. This concludes my presentation, and staff is available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Are there any questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, at this time we will open public comment. I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'm seeing no hands raised.
Okay, seeing no hands, if there are no further speakers at this time, I need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Is there any council discussion on this?
I just want to say thanks. I know this takes a lot of work. Yesterday when I met with Damien and Tim, I think they saw me kind of geeking out a little bit on allocations. So it takes a lot of work, so thank you everyone who took all of the time to do this. I know it's a huge undertaking, and I really, really appreciate it because I know what it takes, so thank you.
With that, do we have any further discussion, or is there a motion?
Make a motion as detailed in the staff report, adopt a resolution adopting the fiscal year 2021-22 cost allocation plan and schedule of city fees.
I'll
We have a
second that.
first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. We will move into item E1, business item, pertains to the compensation and benefits for sworn unrepresented employees, as well as an amendment to the city manager's employment agreement. And Sukari Bashirs will now present the staff report. Sukari.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and fellow council members. The item before you tonight was originally brought on September 28th, and council decided to have the item continued, and it is before you again tonight for consideration. I'm available to answer any questions.
Any questions of staff?
I have a question for the attorney. I know there's been questions regarding the city manager's compensation package, employment agreement. Can you explain why why we would need to go forward with a 5% or 5.42% raise?
Sure. The percentage of the raise is a little actually lower than that. But ultimately, it is to conform to the provisions of the contract, which require that the city manager have a 5% compensation over the highest paid department head as a compaction provision in the contract. So a vote today ensures that the city is in compliance with its legal obligations.
And what would happen if we didn't approve this?
Yeah, if this amendment ultimately wasn't approved, it would mean that the city would be in breach of contract.
And you know, for the public that's out there, can you explain what that process might be for the breach of contract?
Well, I would just say that in general, it's important that the city live up to all of its legal obligations and requirements. When the city has discretion on whether to proceed with a matter, they can certainly proceed in that way. But here, there isn't any discretion. It is something that has been negotiated, and it is something that is legally required.
All right, thank you.
Are there any further questions for staff? At this time, I will open public comment. Margaret, turn to you.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call upon your name if provided and mute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have 2 hands raised. I'll start with Danny Dorman, followed by Carolina. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I guess the comment that comes to my mind is, are you kidding me? That the only reason to give an increase is so that that person gets 5% more than the next highest paid official? That's the parameter. That no matter how terrible an employee is at their job, that because it's part of the contract, we, the city, are obligated to give any employee that's in this circumstance money. Let me, because I'm trying to get my mind around it as I get ready for E4, that no matter how bad an employee is at their job, regardless of the creation of a secret society, the decision to invite or not invite members of the council to important things, that despite all of that, this person can get at least a 5% raise just so that he's getting paid more than the next highest person, whomever that is. I really wish I had a gig like that. I really do. Because that means I could just kick my feet up, relax, smoke a cigar. Yeah, it's part of my contract. So with respect to breach a contract, if it's a bad contract, breach it. Yeah, it's discretionary, discreet. If the person is not doing their job or living up to the expectations of their job, then breach the contract. Let the guy go. Let him decide to leave if that's what he wants to do. Again, I just got to go back to the fact that no matter how terrible a person is at their job, that because of a contract, they are obligated to get an increase. Obligated to get an increase. Please let that sink in your head. And please allow the next 34 seconds to be in silence so that you think about it. I'll come back and say thank you. And thank you, Karen, for bringing up these very important questions.
The next speaker is Carolina, followed by Ben Kellogg. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to take a slightly different approach than Mr. Dorman. I'd like to find out for how many years this contract is in place and how soon it can be renegotiated to take that particular line item out so that compensation package is more in line with what every other employee has, and not based on some pairing with a employee for the city whose job is completely different than theirs. So again, chief of police is completely different than city manager. Chief of police on the daily basis is responsible for the lives of people in Brentwood. City manager, not so much. The amount of stress that the chief of police has on a daily basis is 100-fold. Of course, sitting through these meetings, that might not be true for the city manager, but anyways, that would be my approach. For how many years is this contract in place with that line item, and how soon can it be renegotiated? Thank you.
The next speaker is Ben Kellogg, followed by Cinziana. Mr. Kellogg, go ahead.
Again, I too would like to strike a more somber tone at this development. Whoever put this in the contract honestly should probably be fired. This one-upsmanship game with positions within the city is unacceptable. I do agree with Mr. Dorman, though, that we should strive to have higher expectations for raises and find a way to renegotiate this contract in the future. Just because there's one upmanship in the contract isn't a reason to give someone a raise. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Cinziana, followed by Rod. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you again for allowing me to speak. I am just, and everybody knows this, I am just so upset over this. I can't believe a C-suite manager, an executive, gets paid just by some arbitrary measure. Any reputable institution, City of Brentwood included, should have better criteria and not get itself in such a terrible contract. Let's get smarter in the future and pay for performance. Again, not by an arbitrary percentage that, it really shows that the person fulfilling the city manager position is just taking advantage of taxpayers' money at this point. And let me go to the next level. Is he going to sue the city? How is that gonna look like for the resident that pretty much pay his salary? Is he gonna buy the hand feeding him? That would be shameful. And it is shameful, again, that the city of Brentwood negotiated this type of contract that by any stretch of imagination is not reasonable, and it's not something that it's common practice in any reputable institution. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod, followed by David Cruz. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to try as hard as I can to be civil here, but it's difficult. Looking at this contract provision, I'm just struck by how small a person would have to be to insist that they be entitled to a raise without regard to their performance. I guess this is some kind of a thing. Maybe some other cities do it. I just don't know. But our city manager is a very small man if it's his ego that he works for rather than the citizens of the city. As a taxpayer, I'm incensed. I'm outraged more than you can know. I would say, even though as a taxpayer I don't approve of wasting money ever, I would say deny him the raise and let him sue. Let our city manager sue this city because he didn't get a raise because he wasn't good enough. Let him win. Let him walk away. Fill out his contract, whatever the term may be, and then let him try and get a job in any city anywhere in the United States where they know what he's done. You know, people do not sue their employers except as a very last resort, just for this very reason. It leaves a bad taste in everybody's mouth. Everybody knows that you couldn't do the job. Everybody knows what you've been doing. We're all watching this. We've all been coming to the meetings. We know what's going on. You know what? Be a man. Stand up. Back away from this and try to do a better job. Or, you know, sue us. Just go ahead and sue us because, like, nobody here gives a damn about Tim Ogden anymore. And we don't want him here. He's not really welcome among many of us. And I just can't understand why he would even insist on this. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Cruz.
Thank you so much. Well, nothing more really needs to be said that hasn't already been said, and I actually wasn't planning on speaking tonight until I heard this come up. And compaction, obviously, is something that is common, to avoid it in the civil service ranks. And I would just say this. It sounds like the city manager is responsible for his own compaction. He is ultimately responsible for setting the salaries for everybody below him and negotiating with all the labor unions and every management class below him. So for him to have set those rates, clearly he is responsible for this very interesting scenario where he is going to be getting a very large raise. So maybe it's through no fault of his own. Maybe it's all innocent. And if that's the case, maybe he'll just step up and say he realizes the mistake and he'll just decline this incredibly crazy raise in this civil service. So with that said, I sure hope he does. It would be the right thing to do. Otherwise, you're right. Maybe he doesn't belong here in Brentwood. Thank you.
I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comments. And is there any council discussion on this item?
I just want to address those people who are watching. And in order for us to do any type of change, whether it's to terminate him or even try to force the contract, we'd need 4 out of 5 council members who'd be willing to do it. And at our last meeting, when we had decided to continue this, it was because of there was only a 3-2 vote. So that is where it's gotten us to this point.
Any further comments or discussion at this time? Okay. Do I have a motion on this item?
So there's 2. I'll read the first one. As detailed in the staff report, adopt a resolution regarding salary and benefit adjustments for sworn unrepresented executive and senior management employees and the taking of implementing actions.
Okay, we have a first.
Second.
A second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. Okay, the second item. Do I have a motion? For item 9? Okay, I move, as detailed in the staff report, to adopt a resolution approving a second amendment to the city manager's employment agreement and taking of implementing actions. Do I have a second?
Could you read that again? I'm sorry, I'm a little bit.
Yes, as
Where are we
pertaining
at?
to the city manager's contract, as detailed in the staff report, adopt a resolution approving a second amendment to the city manager's employment agreement and the taking of implementing actions.
So that, is that in regards to moving forward with what we had just discussed right now?
Yes.
Okay. So make it, are we waiting for a motion to do that?
Waiting for a second.
Oh, that was a first?
Yes, I first.
Oh, second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. David?
And just to clarify, an abstention is a yes vote for the rules of for the City Council Rules of Procedure.
In that case, I'm a no.
Okay, it is 3 in favor, 2 against. The item is moved. Okay, we will move on to item E2, a review of issues regarding Dolphin Park, and Bruce Mulder will present the staff report. Bruce?
All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'll be presenting information on Dolphin Park and the Dolphin Park water feature. I will review the history of the park and the water feature, issues related to the water feature in this neighborhood park, some possible solutions, and possible next steps towards the resolution of these issues. The goal this evening is to provide a scope of the background and some possible solutions, but it's not the intent to solve everything this evening, but to review issues and hear any direction from the City Council on this topic and any next steps the Council would like to provide direction on. So history. So back in 2005, Suncrest Homes presented an original design for this residential development. The design included a very elaborate park design for the entry to the subdivision off of Lone Tree Way. The design included a small lake with a stone entry bridge, an ornate gazebo, and one of the designs included an interactive water play feature on the east side of the bridge. And I'm just going to show you a couple of those slides from back in 2005. There's the gazebo. And this particular slide shows on the east side of the lake an interactive water feature that was considered as part of this original park concept. So then in 2008, Discovery Builders purchased the project. Through some negotiations, the parks were repurposed, including the entryway, which is now Portofino Park. And in 2010, the Parks and Recreation Commission approved a redesign of the parks for the development. This included moving the water feature to the interior of the park, which is now Dolphin Park. In 2015, due to some issues with the drought at that time and challenges with the popularity of Blue Goose Park and water feature, which needed additional parking, it was under this context that the City Council at that time wanted to review the plans of Dolphin Park. A joint meeting of the City Council and the Parks and Recreation Commission was held to review the considerations and provide any direction. During this meeting, the following issues and topics were raised: background and history of the park, adequate and appropriate parking, impact to the neighborhood, maintenance and operations cost, proximity of this water feature to Blue Goose Park, and possible options and alternatives. After discussion, the then City Council and the Park and Rec Commission were in consensus to move forward with the water feature at Dolphin Park. The Park and Recreation Commission shortly thereafter approved the final plans, and the park was completed in October of 2016. Since it opened, we have had several issues and concerns regarding this popular water feature. A summary of the main issues that would arise, especially on the weekends, include large parties with people drinking alcohol and bringing in portable barbecues, birthday parties with bounce houses, overuse and capacity of the park leading to parking directly in front of some homes, trash left in the park and in the streets and through the neighborhood from use of the park, and general noise and disruption to the neighborhood environment from just overcapacity and use of the park. In 2017, a community meeting was held with residents, with the community, with park staff, and the police department to address these issues and concerns. From this meeting, park staff installed additional signs, installed additional trash cans, and increased service to the park on the weekends, added additional inspections to check the water feature and maintenance of the park, and did some lighting upgrades in the restrooms. So now to fast forward to 2021, even with these mitigation efforts, these issues have continued over the years. A majority of these issues have happened on the weekends, and they tend to increase over the hot summer months, especially in July and August. With the issues coming up again, the Parks and Rec Commission held meetings to address this issue and consider some interim solutions. So at the August meeting, the Commission recommended the water feature be turned off on Saturdays and shut off earlier on Sundays at 5 o'clock. In September, due to several complaints of the water feature being turned off, this came back to the Commission for further consideration. From this meeting, the Commission recommended to turn the water back on, but limit the weekend hours to 4 p.m. for the water feature. This way, the water feature was off before the dinner hour, the idea being that this would discourage groups from lingering into the evening hours at the park. With many of these issues happening on the weekends, this would help mitigate some of these issues. So we are now at the end of the summer season and would like to plan to mitigate these issues moving forward and try to find some permanent resolution. The goal is to balance the ability to have the amenity open to the residents as much as possible, encouraging appropriate use of the park, but minimize any park code violations and disruption to the neighborhood. So some possible solutions for consideration is parks maintenance. We will continue to make maintenance a top priority, clean up trash, and respond to maintenance issues. We can educate the public through social media and install large, clear signs at the park regarding common municipal code violations that can be enforced. For example, no alcohol, no barbecues, and no bounce houses. And we can consider limiting the hours of the water feature on the weekend, or if necessary, keep the water off on the weekends. Before I turn over to the council for questions and discussion, some possible next steps for consideration may include having the Park and Rec Commission review these possible solutions, working with the neighbors and the community over this off-season, and then have a recommendation brought back to the City Council for review prior to next season. And of course, any other possible direction that the council has this evening. So this concludes my presentation, and myself, and we have Aaron Wanded and our interim police chief, Doug Silva, here to help answer any questions.
Any questions of staff?
Thank you.
I do have a question. What was the original design for Dolphin Park? Not the entryway, but the actual where Dolphin Park sits now.
Sure. So the original, so you're going back to 2005?
Yes.
I'm aware that that original park had the play structure, or a play structure in it, but I don't know what was planned for the other side of that park. Aaron, do you recall? I'm not sure if it was just open grass area or another amenity.
Okay, because I mean, I hear that there was no water feature there at all. It was just the grass area. So
Yeah,
that's why I want to confirm that, if that's the case.
It was, the original design had that water feature component at the entry park, and then it was later determined in 2010, after Discovery Builders took over the project, to move that to the interior park.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Chief, if you can, are we looking at anything from your department in regards to helping the residents there in that community pertaining to services or anything like that? Or are we too early on that?
Am I on?
Yes, sir.
It is on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, and staff. In regards to your question, definitely we do have some plans in place leading into next season. I don't want to wait for the season to start. I want to try to mitigate this as soon as possible. So I've been talking to my staff ahead of time, and I want the neighbors and I want the community to understand too that we sincerely sympathize with the situation up there, and I don't want the neighbors to be upset with what they might see or hear or smell or whatever they're being exposed to is making them uncomfortable on their weekends. At the same time, it is a community park and there's people that come from all over the place, not just that neighborhood. And when it comes to the public safety component, we just want to ensure that everybody's up there feeling comfortable, feeling safe, and using the park as it was, I don't want to say originally intended, but as most parks are intended to be used, so that everybody can enjoy their time up there within our city. So we have a problem property sergeant who addresses these types of issues. We plan to make this a beat project for the officers assigned to that area. They're going to do scheduled patrols ahead of time, and the mission basically is going to be early and often. So as soon as things start to pick up, or before they start to pick up, get out there, be present, be visible. We have our community engagement officer, our newly selected community engagement officer. We plan on leaning on her a lot when this comes about again. I don't know if you're aware, but our social media presence has just gone through the roof since she's been on board, and I'm really proud of the work she's doing. So I anticipate she's going to be a big part of this and helping us educate the neighbors, educate the community, educate all the park goers as they're arriving up, actually before they arrive at the park. So when they get there, they have a clear understanding of what's accepted, and how they can have a good time without violating the rules of the park.
Go ahead.
Done? Okay. My question, the first question, is actually for Bruce. Thank you. And first of all, this is not an easy situation, so thank you for putting all of this effort into the history and everything. My question is regarding the no alcohol, no barbecues, and no bounce houses. Can you talk a little bit for the benefit of the public about what those are for other parks within the city, what those rules are?
Sure. So in the Parks Municipal Code, there's several items under acts prohibited in our parks. So these are rules for all of our parks. And the three here, no alcohol, no barbecues, and no bounce houses, there are certain items that are easier to enforce than others because they're clearer, and it's easier for law enforcement to follow up on because it's pretty black and white compared to some of the other acts prohibited. So obviously there's no alcohol in our parks unless you have a permit to have alcohol through some special event permit or something like that. So that's an easy one to enforce if people have alcohol in the park. No barbecues. You can only have barbecues in parks that have a dedicated built barbecue that's in a picnic area. You cannot bring a portable barbecue into the park for obvious reasons, for maintenance, for safety, for that type of thing. So that's another one. What's happened is it's popular to kind of bring your tailgate now to different areas, and this particular park has a nice, beautiful lawn, and what it has become is kind of like the popular beach, because you have a great water feature and you have a nice area for the parents to hang out, picnic. So what we're dealing with here is really a problem of having a really nice amenity in a neighborhood park that we need to mitigate and control and keep it appropriate use. So that's the barbecues. The bounce house are also prohibited unless you have a permit. So we do have bounce houses that are permitted in our parks, but you have to have a permit to be able to allow for that bounce house. Our bounce houses are typically designed to be at our picnic areas, and we work with our parks maintenance staff who designate certain areas because they have to put stakes in the ground. And there's areas that we've kind of shown for areas for bounce houses. Because of the sensitivity of this park and the nature and character of the capacity issues with this park, I have not authorized a permit for a bounce house in that park because it encourages large gatherings and birthday parties. That's not what that park was designed for. It has a beautiful amenity, but it only has a few picnic tables. It's not designed to be a group picnic area. So that's why we don't allow bounce houses. So those are three clear items that law enforcement can very easily see the Muni Code and identify and enforce. So that's why these three are in here.
Thank you. My next question actually is for Captain Silva, although should we be calling you acting chief or captain? Just to clarify.
Just don't call me late for dinner, that's all.
I will never do that. So obviously enforcement is a big part of this, but can you, again, for the sake of the public to understand too, are there other parks within the city that are having enforcement issues with these particular municipal codes?
No, I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
Do you have an opinion about this park in particular and why it seems like these are harder things to enforce there?
I think that there was some confusion on what we could enforce originally, and I'm hoping that once we clear up that confusion, that it'll eliminate the confusion. It's going to make it easier for everybody. So I think that the change in signage is going to help the residents understand what we can enforce. And as Bruce was saying, it's better than a beach because you don't get sand everywhere when you go there, right? But these are kind of no-brainers, and there's always discretion built in. And I want the community to be aware, too, that when it comes to enforcement, we've come a long way. I mean, Brentwood PD has never been one to go out and apply a draconian type of enforcement to situations. We do try to make really good use of discretion. And, I mean, even when you go back to thinking about years and years of building relationships with members of our community and people who visit our community. We don't even call code enforcement anymore. We call them community enrichment, right? And we are always out there trying to build relationships with the neighbors and people who visit our parks. So there's got to be some discretion, and that's the message that I convey to the officers. There's a reason why you shouldn't have barbecues up there. It's dangerous, it makes a mess. Like Bruce said, there's other parks that are designed for that specifically. So it doesn't make sense for people to be bringing portable barbecues and dumping hot coals or whatever all over the nice grass or close to the water feature where kids are running around bare feet. You know, the alcohol, it's the same thing. It's always complaint driven when we go up there. We're not up there looking for people that have open containers. But when we get a call, say, hey, these people, they're over here, they're drinking, they got a little too much, we go over and investigate, and we're prepared to issue citations for those violations. I hope that answers your question.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
I've got a couple questions as well. You know, in the 2017 things that were decided on what would happen, Parks Maintenance would check on the park daily during their daily route Monday through Friday. It was for the water feature and for trash, I believe, and I just tried to pull it up just to verify, but for some reason the paperwork for Dolphin Park isn't included in our. It also says a weekend picnic staff person will also be assigned to visit the park to monitor park and pick up trash. Do we have those people doing that?
Yes, so back in 2017, we have part-time weekend staff that visit our picnic rental sites. So with this meeting, one of the things we talked about doing was having that picnic rental person also go to Dolphin Park for a visit to the park as well to check trash and make a weekend visit. So that's what was added.
But that was part of the 2017 City Council and Park and Rec joint meetings. So it hasn't been taking place even though it was agreed upon?
No, we have been doing that.
Okay. And some of the concern also is that when the group that we have going out there now, they will pick up the things that are around the trash cans but not around the park, or and then they'll go and stand over by the bathrooms for like 20 minutes, almost like their trucks have a monitor on them that tells their company how long they've been at a site. So if they're there 20 minutes plus the time it took them to pick up that garbage, it's showing that they're doing work there the whole 25 minutes. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's the assumption because trash is not being picked up during there, and it's almost always 20 minutes that they're waiting at that site above the time that they picked up trash around the trash cans. So
well, we can absolutely address that with our maintenance contractor.
Yeah, that would be great. I noticed that you don't have the pop-up canopies listed here, not tents, because I know that's a taboo word for our city attorney, but pop-up canopies is something we can put there.
Yes.
And so I'd like to see that added in there as well in looking at, because you only have the barbecue, no barbecues, no bounce houses, no. And also when we re-updo the next year, and we put out an approved list of vendors to let them know that if they do set up in that park, that they won't be able to set up in any parks.
Yes, so I'd like to address both of those items. So the one regarding bounce house vendors, we are going to be reviewing that policy that we have for bounce house vendors to tighten up some of the language that we have in that policy so that if they're violating our park code violations, that we can take them off the list. So we will be reviewing that. We want to bring that through our Park and Rec Commission and bring a recommendation on that particular policy to the council before the next season. So we have that one buttoned up. Regarding the tents, so this is one of the acts prohibited. So I'm going to read it right out of the municipal code on what it says. So this is Code 7.02180 under acts prohibited, item C, it says, so this is an act prohibited, construct or erect any building, structure, or tent of whatever kind, whether permanent or temporary in character, or run or string any private or public service utility into, upon, or across such lands except with the written permission of the director. So the part about tents is construct or erect any building, structure, or tent of whatever kind.
Okay.
So that is, there's a lot there. And so one of the things we talked about is, what about pop-up tents? Should we allow those or should we not allow those? Because that could be an item in our toolbox to help enforce. We've had some discussions internally. I've talked to the police department with Interim Chief Silva, and I've also discussed this with Damien, our city attorney. The challenge with this item is we do allow pop-up tents in other parks. So along our sports fields, we know how hot it is. It's okay to bring your pop-up tent and have some shade in certain parks. And we do also in our other water features, there's pop-up tents sometimes. So to be consistent, it would be difficult to enforce that pop-up tent rule at one park versus another park. So this is when I discussed earlier, certain municipal code items are much clearer and easier to enforce without being challenged. So we had some discussion and we decided to take that pop-up tent item out of a sign for the very reasons that for consistency with our other parks. We do feel like we have other items here that happen more often. These have to do with large gatherings that we can enforce. But we can continue to take a look at this particular item, and through the research and looking at solutions, we can look at this further to see if this is an item that we would consider adding to it.
And you and I had discussed about that on-off button that used to be at that site. Have you gone out to check that out?
Yes, so that was an item that needed to be fixed, and we needed to order a part. That part has been ordered, and it now is back working again.
So how long do you think each cycle will be? 15 minutes, 10 minutes?
I think it's around 30 minutes.
30 minutes per cycle?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because, yeah, having it running all day long, it isn't, enticing, and I know it's easy to just go over there and run and hit the button and then run back to the water, but it is a pain, too. So, okay. And so when do you anticipate having the next steps on this are to be with the neighborhood and the park commission?
Well, I wanted to kind of see what, if any direction came from council this evening. Otherwise, the Park and Rec Commission wanted to move forward with a community meeting after the end of the season. So the intent is to work with the Park and Rec Commission and work with the community and the residents of Brentwood to hold a meeting, come up with some solutions. We may even have an ad hoc of the Park and Rec Commission work through this so that we can independently follow up with some of the community residents who have been vocal. I'd like to be able to have some follow-up with them so that we're hearing their voice, and also the overall community as well. So we'd like to address this, get on this fall, and make sure that we are bringing something back to the city council before next season.
In meeting with the neighborhood out there, they were very concerned about attending any type of meeting, even virtually, because of the threats, the retribution. I mean, they said they've even been in their front room with their drapes open and have had people come and start yelling at them from the sidewalk. So it makes it's a hostile environment, and for them to then come to a meeting where other people, it then makes them targets one more time. because they're there to voice their opinion, and their opinion then puts a target on their backs to be. So if we could find a way to include them, and I don't know how you're going to do it, because they even didn't, I mean, they weren't sending messages anymore either. You know, they had one person send a message and they sent it through an anonymous email because they're scared of retribution.
Well, we'll be sensitive to that and make sure that we can reach out and find ways to get their feedback.
Bruce, I have one more question. I know in talking with some of the residents a while back was the whole thing wasn't really eliminating the water park itself. It was really working on the hours and then seeing how that worked, right? So is the consideration, when we're considering limiting our weekend, no weekend hours for the water park feature, is that coming from the residents themselves, that that's something that they would like to see, or is that coming from staff? Because my understanding, it wasn't, let's shut it down, it's more looking at the hours that it was in operation. So I just wonder if that actually came from the residents themselves, or is that more us?
No, this is basically looking at what tools do we have to be able to address these issues. So we want to find that right balance between maximizing the appropriate use of the park and eliminating the Muni Code violations. So I think that turning the water off on Saturday and Sunday on the weekends is probably more the extreme. And, you know, that is also something we could hold in our back pocket if we start and we have hours that say shut off at 4 or 5 o'clock, so that if we do have rowdy crowds, at least that water feature is turning off before the dinner hour, before they think that it's time to pull out a barbecue and continue into the evening. So those are kinds of things, but I think that turning the water off on Saturday and Sunday would be something that, if it really continues, that's more the extreme approach.
Yeah, because what's concerning is that there's a lot of residents there that do have kids.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, you know, if they have a weekend that they're not working and they're home, they probably want to enjoy the park themselves. So I'm glad you said it's the extreme, but you know, and we're trying to consider other things like the time and things like that, then turn it off. I think that I never heard that coming from at least the residents that I spoke to there, turning it off. More, let's look at the hours and things like that, especially on the weekends. I mean, so I'm just glad that it's, you know, obviously it's one of the options, but it's not something that we're aiming for, that we're more working on possibly the hours and things like that at first.
I would like to also just mention too that in talking to a lot of the residents around the park that have had some concerns, they have also expressed that they enjoy this water feature and they want it to be used for appropriate use. They're not trying to get this water feature pulled out of the park. A lot of the ones I've talked to, they enjoy the water feature. They understand they want it available for all residents in Brentwood. They just want to see some of the Muni Code violations and some of the other things that have been happening at that park addressed.
I have a quick question on the violations. I know it says no alcohol, no barbecues. You know, Councilman Murray brought up the pop-ups. But why? One of the pictures that we got was a big truck dropping off a ton of folded chairs and big tables, like big tables, like about 6 of them, so you could sit 8 people around. Can we add those? Would that be something that we could add to the municipal code? Like no, you know, no tables, you know, bigger than X amount of size, or, you know, something like that?
One of the things for a sign that we've talked about adding is suggested that this park is not appropriate for large gatherings. Mm-hmm. And just put it right on the sign. For large gatherings, please use our community picnic areas and parks, including Blue Goose Park and City Park, that both have nice water features.
Yeah, I think large gatherings is relative. I mean, in my household, 30 people is not a large gathering. So I
Well,
think
and that's
it's
why,
relative, right? Yeah.
yeah, and that's why we do need to be looking at things that we can enforce, because I don't want to put law enforcement in a position where, you're getting in a debate.
That's why I was wondering
So-
if we were very specific on like, table sizes or something like that. Because the ones that I saw were huge, like that you
Yeah.
would see at an event venue, a big truck dropping them off, rolling it out. So, I don't know if that would be helpful.
We do have, you need a permit for certain use, but that's for use of our picnic areas. So we'd have to look closer at the Muni Code to see if there's anything in there that addresses that specific area.
Okay, thank you.
I have another question about the water feature itself. In not turning it off on weekends, but are you able to, when I was out there, I noticed there was a lot of different sources for the water to come out. Are you able to, say for like a half-hour period, allow for this one area to have water and not the others, and then switch that around? I think it would be less attractive to large groups that way. Or are you able to, for example, have the water feature on between 11 and 1, take a 2-hour break, and back on from 3 to 5, because then you're not going to have large parties that want to spend the entire day there making a mess?
I think it is possible to program it on the ladder that you said, that we could program it to come on for a few hours and then turn off and come back on. As far as manipulating these individual water components, I'm not sure if that's possible. Aaron, I don't know if you know the specifics on how that works, if that's a possibility.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, and good evening. I was hoping to get to talk. I wanted to comment on Councilmember Rary's trash, but before that, absolutely, we can program it. It runs through a cycle, so we could turn off certain implements, but either way, it's always going to run through a cycle. But we have full control over that, though, so it certainly can happen. Real quick on the trash, our trash pickup contract is a restroom/trash pickup. So if residents are witnessing the contractor standing around at the restroom, they're cleaning the restrooms. So we have 3 forms of trash patrol. We have the restroom and trash contract, where they service all of our trash cans citywide, and then service our 7 or 8 restrooms as well. Then we have our weekend staff, as Bruce mentioned, is the picnic rental group. So typically they just service the scheduled reserved picnics, but ever since 2017, they were directed to service Dolphin Park as well on the weekends. Then park staff, by county requirement, the county health, since its water feature is considered a swimming pool, we're required to do chlorine checks, chemical checks every day. So 7 days a week, park staff go out first thing in the morning. So that's a morning visit. So that doesn't control what happens during the day. But regardless, they are viewing or inspecting the rest of the park as well. So three forms of trash control.
Well, what they said is they're on the side of the building, of the restroom building, and generally having a cigarette during that time. So
I just wanted to reiterate that
Yeah.
they are servicing the restrooms as well, so they could be in, but again, we can't
Yeah.
control breaks, so they could be on a smoke break as well.
yeah, they could be. Anyway, okay, and I was going to suggest the same thing. I was thinking maybe 11 to 2, and then off until maybe 5 to 7, so that there was early evening for people to come back and enjoy it in the evening. But yeah, I was thinking along the same lines you were.
Aaron, I did have one more question, and when I met with the residents, one of the things that they expressed that seemed to be the biggest problem outside of individuals not from the community taking advantage and drinking and all of that, was that the trash that is left overnight, the little critters are dragging it everywhere and making a much bigger mess with it if it's left overnight. Would there be any consideration of making an evening pickup from that location as well? I know that's probably not your call, but
We could certainly request that. Again, I have the 6 park staff members. They go home anywhere between 3 and 4 during the day. but the restroom and trash pickup contract can certainly spell out which time they service the park, and that's certainly something we're going to be looking at. They do, I will say, attempt to service it first thing every morning to try to eliminate that trash throughout the day. But the nighttime type of pickup we can certainly do. It's got its challenges, but we can certainly work that into the contract.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions. Are there any first questions of staff before we open public comments? Okay, seeing none, then at this time we will open public comments. Margaret?
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have 3 speakers with their hands raised. I'll start with Ben, followed by Rich. Ben, go ahead.
Good evening, council and staff. I've been saddened by the events regarding the Dolphin Park and the closing of the water feature at the park at certain times on the weekend because a small number of neighbors were uninformed when purchasing their home near the park. As someone who purchased a home in the neighborhood, we knew that the park was not a private park exclusive to our neighborhood. It was a neighborhood park. It was a park for all. My family has enjoyed this park for years with our friends. The only reason that some neighbors are up in arms about this is to keep outsiders out and make the neighborhood feel more exclusive. The unintended consequences are that you are now hurting your own neighbors who enjoy the park and the water feature. I urge the council to take steps to restore the park hours as it has been for years, while helping to solve valid concerns that the neighbors have. Treat this park like any other park in Brentwood, including Blue Goose, where you see the same behavior every weekend. There's no need to create new rules or ordinances. Enforce the ones on the books. I'm wondering how the neighbors who are looking out their windows at people in the park and calling the police department are determining that these people are not part of the neighborhood, rather than in fact their own neighbors. It's just another sad state of affairs in this time we live in that people act this way. With 5 police beats, is this really how we want to use our stretched police resources? Be fair, be consistent in what you enforce. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rich. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Rich Owis. I live right across from the park, and I'm a little taken back by what the police chief said. The signs at the park, which were put up when the park was open, said no alcohol. As you mentioned, there's no alcohol allowed at any of our parks. So why there's confusion about enforcing alcohol is beyond me. But when we have called and a police officer responded to people drinking in the park, they go over to the individuals and say, oh yeah, hey, you guys can't have beer here. The people pick up their cooler and their beer and their drinks and take it over to the car. The police leave. The people pour their beer and their drinks into plastic cups, come back out into the park and sit right where they were originally, and the police never come back to see if people really put away the alcohol. So it's, in my opinion, the policing of the park has been negligent. Most of the time they don't even walk in and check the people because the police officers have told us they don't want to ruin people's fun. They don't want to be the fun police and try to shut down fun. But we live here. That gentleman that just spoke doesn't live surrounding the park and have to put up with what we put up with. You guys talk about cleaning trash. The trash is left at the cars. People come out to their car and dump out trash into the gutters as they put their children and their chairs and whatever away and drive away. on both sides of the street. So the parking lot for this park is the front of my house. And I have people leaving their McDonald's cups that have been in their car for a few days, or a dirty diaper that they just changed while they were putting the kid in the car in front of my house. And nobody cleans that up but me. How would you like to live with that? Plus, on heavy weekends, because the park is open all day Saturday and Sunday, I can't have friends over without them having to park a block away. How would you like to have that at your house? And I was not in any way informed a water feature was going to be in this park when I bought my house. The park was built a year after I bought my house and opened, and like I said before, the signs saying no barbecues and no alcohol went up then, and they're there today. And why the police department is confused is for something you guys need to check out, because this is all wrong. This is wrong, people. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina, followed by Jeremy. Carolina, go ahead.
Yeah, so I've been listening to the suggestions and the comments, and really the number one thing that has to happen is enforcement of whatever codes and laws we have on the books. People need to learn that if you come to this park, what the rules are. No alcohol, no pop-up tents, right? No barbecues. And that needs to be patrolled, and that's probably going to have to be the no-fun police coming through a lot more frequently until people who come to the park learn what they're allowed to do when they're not allowed to do. I would also urge our police department and city council to reach out to neighboring suburbs like Oakley and Discovery Bay and, you know, whatever other cities come to this park and make sure that they understand what the rules of comportment are if you come to this particular park, maybe just for all the parks in general. I really think that since this is a city park and the neighbors like the water features and they like to be able to use the park, they should be able to use the park. The problem is that there are ordinances and laws on the books that are not being enforced. There is a noise rule, there is an alcohol rule, there is what you can do at the park and what you cannot do at the park. So this is what really needs to be the focus. It's not shutting down the water feature, it's not turning off the water, it is enforcement. Enforcement, enforcement, enforcement. People have forgotten what it is that is allowed at the park because there has been no enforcement. And that is why now you are seeing people come from other areas with alcohol, with barbecues, with pop-up tents that may or may not be allowed, with tables, with chairs, having big parties, big by normal standards, not by Jovita standards. So the main issue here really, and I'm stressing this because I have a lot of friends that live in that area and they love that park, enforcement, so that when people who are not from the neighborhood come to the park, they understand from the police what the consequences are if they don't follow the rules. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jeremy. Jeremy, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Appreciate the time and appreciate you having this on the agenda today. Look, I won't go through all of the issues. I think Mr. Mulder did a good job going through a lot of the issues that are seen regarding this park with the large parties, the loud music, the barbecue charcoal being dumped on the streets into bushes, the lack of available parking, the alcohol consumption. We've had fights break out. We've had some other pretty disgusting things that we've seen that I won't share in a public forum. But I think the other piece that's important to share is, because of social media, this park really is now a regional attraction because we're seeing folks that are coming from Concord, Antioch, Pittsburgh, Stockton, Livermore. They're all coming here because they've heard about this park and they want to host their large party events. I'll say that, you know, we genuinely appreciate the past attempts by Parks and Rec Department, the commission, to address concerns, but, you know, as stated, they're just not working. For us, really, you know, I know speaking on behalf of myself and other surrounding neighbors, our message has been very clear over the years. We just want the rules which are set by the city to be followed and enforced. The problem with that is, though, is that former Chief of Police Tom Hansen at the 923 Parks and Rec Commission meeting said himself, you know, that this is challenging. It's going to be challenging to do this. He also said that the splash feature is just in the wrong location. And as long as it's there, the large parties are going to continue to come. So, you know, with that being said, I do think the city council, you know, and the Parks and Rec Commission should really consider having the splash feature open Monday through Friday. Keep it closed on the weekends, since on the weekends, the large parties are the ones that predominantly use the splash feature anyway. For those that are insistent on wanting to use the splash feature on the weekends, there's 2 other splash features in Brentwood. They're open on the weekends for residents and visitors to use, one of which is less than a half-mile away from Dolphin Park, and they're both located in areas where these types of large party events are appropriate because they're away from residential housing and they have dedicated parking. Note, of course, the park itself is still open. People want to come, they can. They can use the play structure, the grass area. That's fine. And I think, you know, especially for the first gentleman that spoke, God bless you, you're my neighbor, and I'm happy you're a part of my neighborhood. But just know that this is not in any way, shape, or form, you know, about us trying to be party spoilers or being the fun police or trying to not let people do their thing. That's not what this is about at all. It's about the after effects and the many unintended consequences that this splash feature brings to the surrounding neighborhood, not your neighborhood, not 2 blocks from you, but the surrounding neighborhood. We have to deal with that. And that's not what we should have to do. This just does not have the infrastructure, and it's in the wrong location to support how it's being used. So I would just say, because overwhelmingly every city representative has talked about this, has all said the same thing. So I think this is something that really should be considered. Thank you.
I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay, thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comments. Any council discussion?
I think we said a lot when we were asking questions. So, I mean, I think we need to look at the canopies. I know that there's hesitation to look at the canopies, but I think we need to really figure out what laws we can use when it comes to canopies. I think that's one of the big drivers. And I know we do it at other parks, but just because you do it somewhere doesn't mean you have to do it somewhere else, right? There's different rules for different areas. So figure out the canopies. If we could add the chairs, the tables. I don't know if we can do anything with that because, I mean, we shouldn't have someone dropping off a whole, 6, 8 tables with all of these chairs, because then that's a huge party. So, and again, party size is relative, because in my house, again, it's what you might think is a big party to me is just immediate family. So I don't think saying large parties is going to work. I think we're going to have to be a little bit more specific. But I don't want to shut it down. That's not what I want to do. But we did see a large decrease in calls when we did turn it off on the Saturday. And I think it was just Saturday. I don't think it was Sunday. But if people can't follow the rules, then what else do we do? Because we don't want to spend our police time monitoring a park. I mean, I don't think that's the right use of their time. But if it's open, that's what they got to do. So that's my opinion on it.
One other comment that was made is that it also gets frequent food trucks that come and set up at that park as well. And I know that you need a permit on any of our city streets, and I'm still seeing food truck notices for all over our city. And I don't know how we get a handle on that. I know it is code enforcement that needs to get out there and handle that, but I mean, it is something that is happening. There's one at Oak Meadow Park tomorrow night. So, yeah, we need to see how we can to cut back on those as well.
So I know you mentioned, Bruce, is that so the next steps, and it sounded like the Parks Commission was talking about maybe having another community meeting, and it sounded like that was a little bit concerning. But maybe that's some way, I don't know how that happens, but are those some of the next steps because I know you wanted to leave here with some type of, a little bit of direction by the council, right? So what was can you go through again, what was the Parks and Recs Commission looking at doing in regards to next steps to address this?
Yes, so really, we would like to take this back to the Park and Rec Commission to address these issues and come up with solutions to make a recommendation to come back to the city council. I think one thing that we could do to be able to get more specific is to identify an ad hoc committee to work with staff on these particular issues, and then they can bring that back to the full Park and Rec Commission. And at the appropriate time, when we have that worked out with the ad hoc committee, then I think we hold a community meeting to address some of the issues. So that is a way that I think would be a good way to address this through the Park and Rec Commission, is to identify first an ad hoc committee so we can work with 2 Park and Rec commissioners, work through a lot of these things with staff, then bring that to a larger community meeting hosted by the Park and Rec Commission at the appropriate time when the commission's ready to do that. And then with the goal of bringing this back ready to go with a recommendation to the city council and have things in place before the season starts and opens next April.
I guess I don't understand, why don't we just enforce? We have rules. Why do we need a whole committee? Why don't we just enforce what we have?
Well, I think it's a combination of enforcement and some other things. So, yes, I don't want to overcomplicate it, but I think it would be good to just work with the Park and Rec Commission and have them address this and bring it back. So, but enforcement, I want to stress too that part of this process will absolutely be including the police department, and the enforcement piece of this will be part of the solution.
Okay.
Can I bring up again, I think it's important to allow residents to make comments that are protected and confidential. Maybe there's a hotline or something that they can leave comments on that can be read, transcribed for whatever community meeting happens. We do, and I think all of us spoke to the residents there. There were a few that are very afraid that they've been threatened, their houses have been vandalized. It's just been a scary thing for so many of them, and I think we need to make sure that we're protecting them as well. It seems clear that the residents that are right there are not looking to shut this all down, despite what social media is saying. They just want the rules followed. So I think it's important to make sure we hear their voices in the things that they've said. I mean, some people were, when I was there, they were talking about some behaviors that were happening at the top of the play structure with teenagers at night that we wouldn't want to see there, that these same behaviors are happening in the restrooms, and someone alluded to some of these disgusting behaviors like people relieving themselves in the grass and in the water feature and all that. I think some of this stuff people aren't really wanting to bring up, but they brought it up in our private meetings, and some of those people who were saying those things were not confident in speaking tonight. So I just want to make sure we're giving them an avenue to share what really is impacting them personally. I also, just one last thing about this is this is all really great, but I'm sure the people listening are feeling like this is the same discussion that's happened year after year since 2017, I think it was. So I hope that they understand that this progress is now happening, like we're taking steps forward that are very solid. We're talking about being a little bit more strong in our enforcement, because I think, again, that is the end goal for everyone, not shutting anything down, but enforcing the rules. So I hope people are feeling confident about this process that we're going to be going through, and whatever you can do to reassure them that there will be some real change happening would be great.
Yeah,
Yes.
And I think the anonymity is important. Some of these are veterans, and it shocks me that they went to war and they're afraid to go out of their house. It's mind-boggling to me that people are so cruel to them, and they're elderly, and it's really, really sad, and that just needs to stop. So I mean, I told them that if that happens, call the police. There's no reason why anyone should come to your house and threaten you and make you feel uncomfortable in your own home. So I hope that they're listening and call. I mean, that's all I can say is keep calling. You should not feel uncomfortable stepping outside of your house. That's completely unacceptable.
So with this discussion, and I believe our staff has clear direction, is there a vote needed on this? Or can we just move forward with this direction?
Mr. Mayor, I don't believe there is. I believe council has been very thorough in their comments on this item, and I think staff has taken those and will be moving forward and bringing something back as the Parks and Rec director described.
Thank you. Is council comfortable with that direction? Okay. Then we will move into item E3, presentation regarding firearm storage ordinances, and Lieutenant Schroer will now present the item. Lieutenant Schroer.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me get my screen up here. All right, can everybody see that up on your screen there?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Lieutenant Dave Schroer with the Brentwood Police Department. I was asked this evening to present some information regarding the safe storage of firearms. So I will attempt to manipulate this this PowerPoint here, so bear with me. Hopefully it works out well. So I want to compare and contrast state law.
Can you make it so it's in a slideshow versus, because we've got two different slides that are up there in our view.
Okay.
And it'll also
do you
make
see, which one do you see?
I see California state law and Moms Demand Action and the criminal storage of
Okay.
firearm.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, go to display settings up on top.
No, that didn't work.
Yep,
Right.
there you go. That's it.
Is that better?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I learned something. Okay, so let me move forward here. Oops. So back to state law. So this was brought to our attention, or City Council attention. My understanding is the group Moms Demand Action had presented some information that they wanted to see an ordinance put in place with the city of Brentwood that has to do with the storage of firearms. So what I'd like to do this evening, as simply as I can, is to let you all know kind of what we do here in Brentwood and how we operate in terms of California state law and the storage of firearms in residence, and how that is compared to and contrasts with what the group Moms Demand Action is asking the city of Brentwood and ultimately council to put forward here. So that's the goal here. Move forward here. So in doing so, I want you to know, first of all, I don't think it's a secret that living in California, California has some of the most comprehensive, if not most restrictive gun laws in the United States. And there's lots of laws that Moms Demand Action advocates on behalf. What I want tonight, though, specifically to what is being asked, is to focus in on the criminal storage of firearms. So when it relates to the criminal storage of firearms, when we look at that, we're guided by criminal storage of firearm is covered under California law 25100 PC, Penal Code. There are three parts to this particular section in storing a firearm. There's first degree, second degree, and third degree. So first degree has to do with a child obtains a firearm and causes death or great bodily injury to the child or any other person. That's obviously the highest level. Second degree is a child obtains a firearm and causes death or great bodily injury, or death or great bodily injury other than death or great bodily injury to the child or another person. And then finally, the one that pertains to the Moms Demand Action group is third degree, where the absence of the child doesn't have to actually obtain the firearm, but merely a person is negligently stores or leaves a firearm in a location where the person knows or reasonably should know that a child is likely to gain access to that firearm. So simply leaving it on a coffee table in the presence of a child would be a violation of the third degree. It would not be a violation of first or second degree because the child didn't actually gain possession and then cause harm to themselves or others, if that makes sense. So current law, to kind of summarize that third degree, is which we're focusing in on, simply says a person cannot keep a firearm, and remember, this is what we operate here in the city of Brentwood. This is California state law. A person cannot keep a firearm inside a residence and negligently store or leave the firearm in a location where they know or reasonably should know that a child is likely to gain access to that firearm without taking reasonable action to secure the firearm. So, understanding that, the proposed safe storage ordinance by Moms Demand Action is going to make that particular law more restrictive and will simply say all firearms kept inside a residence shall be secured in a locked container or disabled with a trigger lock. So it doesn't matter that you negligently store it or you try to hide it somewhere else. It cannot be hidden or stored anywhere else. It has to be secured in a locked container or disabled with a trigger lock, period. Of course, with lots of laws, there are exceptions. And this is where it can get a bit confusing, but keep this in mind. This is basically the basic difference between the current law and the proposed safe storage ordinance. So the exceptions to the current law, and there are 7 of them. So you're not guilty of those first 3 enumerated, A, B, and C, first degree, second degree, and third degree, if the child obtains a firearm as a result of an illegal entry to premise. So somebody breaks into your house, steals a firearm, you can't be held liable for that. The second exception, firearm is kept in locked container or in location that a reasonable person would believe to be secure. The third exception, and I'll understand what the colors are here in a minute, but firearm is carried on the person or within close enough proximity thereto that the person can readily retrieve and use the firearm as if it was carried on the person. And this is coming right out of the law. Okay, so you can walk around in your house with it on your hip. Firearm is locked with a locking device, which has rendered the firearm inoperable. The 5th person is a peace officer, member of armed forces or National Guard, and child obtains firearm during or incidental to the performance of the person's duties. And number 6, child obtains or obtains and discharges firearm in a lawful act of self-defense or defense of another. And the last one, the person has no reasonable expectation based on objective facts and circumstances that a child is likely to be present on the premises, which simply means if you live alone, you've got no kids in the house, you don't have any grandkids, there's no expectation that any children will be present, then this would be an exception where you could leave a loaded firearm on your kitchen table. The proposed ordinance exceptions takes 2 of these, and this is where the colors come in. Essentially, number 3, they continue with that one. The firearm is carried on the person or in their immediate control. So in this case, you wouldn't have to have it locked or a gun trigger lock on it if it were on your person in your residence. And the second would be the firearm, like number 5 here in the current law, firearm is under the control of a peace officer in the performance of their duties. So this is basically the main difference in all of these, or in this particular law. and how Moms Demand Action, that group, is wanting to have a more restrictive, tighter grip kind of on the storage of the firearm, regardless. The ones that stand out in terms of is this one down here. In terms of no one being in the house, if there is no expectation that children are present. And another one is child gets into the house, breaks into the house and steals the firearm. Those aren't exceptions under the proposed ordinance. So you would be in violation if that took place. Before I kind of open it up for any questions or discussion, I want to at least anticipate some questions that you may have in kind of coming up with this presentation. We do have cities, surrounding cities that have an ordinance like this. I was able to find some cities back in as late as 2016 that have adopted an ordinance similar to the proposed here. And most in the Bay Area, not so much in the East Bay, but we have San Jose, the likes of San Francisco, some others. Closer to us would be Berkeley, Oakland, Orinda, Moraga, and Dublin. I did reach out to several of those agencies to kind of see how this has worked for them, enforcement-wise, and in the interest of the public. And none of the agencies that I reached out to have cited or made any arrests based on this ordinance. The comments were that it's very difficult to enforce because obviously there's something called the Fourth Amendment, which people have the right to unreasonable search and seizure in their home, and so we can't, as police officers, just go do compliance checks in homes. We have to have reasons to be in there, and so that's part of the difficulty in enforcing something like this. Most of the agencies that have an ordinance like this is either a misdemeanor or an administrative citation, a civil penalty in that sense. And none could really comment as to whether or not this really had any effect on children harming themselves or somebody else. That really couldn't make a determination one way or the other on that. In looking at the city of Brentwood, I went back probably about 20 years into our database to look for any children that have gotten a hold of a firearm and harmed themselves or others. And as of today, we don't have any. As of 20 years ago, there are none documented incidents where that has taken place in the city of Brentwood. Regardless of tonight's presentation and council's discussion and direction, I think for us at the police department, in talking about this and having a discussion regarding this, we do plan on partnering with, especially with our community engagement officer position, partnering with national organizations such as Project Child Safe, who you are able to obtain gun locks for free of charge that we can have at the police department and hand out to citizens when they want that. And I think we could do a better job with our social media and just educating the public on gun violence and the ramifications of such, and some of the ways in which they can protect themselves and safely store firearms in the home, especially when children are present. So hopefully we can work with our community engagement officer to do a better job with the social media in that regard. So with that, I guess we can open it up for discussion.
Are there any questions of Sergeant Schroeder?
I don't have specific questions, but I want to thank you for putting all of this together. I think you're right on point when you talk about education. I think that's key. We live in California, and we have some of the strictest gun laws, which is great. And I think Moms Demand Action do a great job across the country, because there are some states that are not California. But I thank you so much. I just really appreciate all of your hard work on this, on the education.
I'm sorry. And Lieutenant Schroer, I apologize. I did not intentionally demote you. I have known Lieutenant Schroer for many, many, many years, and it was what I called him for many years. So I do apologize, Lieutenant.
I also appreciate, Lieutenant, your presentation. And as Councilmember Mendoza said, I appreciate taking the time to not only put the PowerPoint together and the information, but also go outside the area and get some research from other communities that have implemented this type of a policy. I have a question, though. I was a little bit, not confused, but I just want to understand a little bit. You had put it, if you could go back to where you circled, I think it was number 1 and 7, in regards to those areas would not be enforced. Are you saying that it wouldn't be enforced if we were to use the policy that Moms Demand Action is asking or is using, or is it something different?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. So the only exceptions that Moms Demand Action have now I looked at all the ordinances that I could find. I mentioned Orinda and Moraga and Tiburon and San Francisco and read through their city ordinance. And the two exceptions that were consistent were these two right here. So these exceptions were consistent in there. And so if the bottom line is, if you don't have that firearm, a trigger lock on that firearm, or secured in a locked container, it doesn't matter whether you can't just throw up your hands and say, hey, I live alone, I'm 80 years old, and I need to defend myself, and I have my handgun in my nightstand. Okay, it's unsecured, it's ready to go in my nightstand. I can't defend myself if I have an intruder in here. And I have no children, I have no grandchildren, I live alone. With the proposed ordinance, they would technically be in violation of criminal storage of a firearm because it's not in a locked container or have a trigger lock on it.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Are there any further questions of staff?
I do have a question. When you say children, is this under the age of 18? Or is it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because there was one death with I know I had to cover it for the newspaper. A young man over by Bristow spent the night at a friend's house, and there was a gun, and he ended up getting shot in the upstairs bedroom. So, but again, I mean, most of these things, they will be hard to prosecute. I mean, because again, you know, unreasonable search and seizure, and I think California does have some pretty strict laws when it comes to the storage of guns and guns in general. Thank you for your time.
Yep, you're welcome.
Okay, if there are no further questions of staff, then at this time we will open public comment, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
I received 2 written public comments on this item. A summary will be shown on the screen in just a moment. From Dan Clancy and Mike McLaughlin, and these will be posted on our website tomorrow. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I have one speaker with their hand raised, Matt M. Matt, go ahead.
Hello. Good evening. I find it very interesting that Councilmember Mendoza had mentioned the plight of the senior citizen and how they could feel threatened and they may not be able to protect themselves. And this ordinance, essentially, what this would enact would be if there were 5 17-year-olds that broke into that senior citizen's house, they would have to go and unlock their firearm. Well, those 5 17-year-olds could theoretically get a hold of that firearm, or if that senior citizen has the firearm out and is outside of that ordinance, they could be prosecuted while they're potentially victimized by those people. So child is a little bit misleading. I'm very disappointed in Councilmember Mendoza, and I know a lot of people are, especially in Brentwood. We're a very patriotic city, and I don't see if it's unenforceable, why are we going to put another ordinance that further criminalizes law-abiding citizens? Why aren't we going after actual gun crime or actual crime in general? I fail to see where this helps anybody, and it just smells of virtue signaling. I reject that we even consider anything from Moms Demand Action. A billionaire-backed Bloomberg Group. So I give back the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ben Kellogg. Ben, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening again. I tend to agree somewhat with the last caller. We need to enforce the gun laws that we have on the books, and kind of shore up the child age, because that is a bit misleading. And I'm wondering, keeping some of the exceptions back would be helpful also. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay, at this time then, we will close public comment, move into council discussion.
Yeah, I want to make a comment. I don't think Matt listened to what actually we brought forward. All 5 of us voted for this. And the reason we voted for this is because residents asked for it. And I said from the beginning, if you are a resident and all 5 of us agree, we will put stuff on agenda. It should be a resident-run agenda as much as possible. And the reason, I think if you go back and listen, I wasn't clear on the California laws. I wasn't clear on what Moms Demand Action wanted. So what I asked for is a compare and contrast. So I have never said that I don't think you should have your guns. I said that I wanted to compare and contrast. So Matt, please go back and look at the agenda request, what we all said, because we all wanted it, and then we all voted for it. So I'm glad that we compared and contrast. I think, like the lieutenant said, I think constant education is important. I'm excited that we will be doing more on social media. I think that's our responsibility as a city to continually educate. And if you need a lock, the lieutenant mentioned that he will be working on that as well if you're interested in a lock. So, and if you have anything that you would like to see on the agenda, we had some people call today, you can come and tell us, and we will decide as a council if we want to see it on our agenda. That's it.
I agree with what you just said. I think we are making much better, more educated decisions if we look at both sides. Regardless of what side we agree with or support, we need to consider all sides. So the point of democracy and the point of us being here is so that we can listen to residents and what their wishes are and what they want us to consider. So there's that. I'm not sure what problem we're trying to solve, though, and I think Lieutenant, your presentation was perfect. You looked outside the city, which is what I hoped you would do. You looked back at Brentwood stats, and I think that was really great. I don't feel like there's this raging problem that we're trying to solve by changing what our ordinances are. We know how Brentwood residents feel about this issue. It's been clear from the comments and from the letters we received. I'm comfortable with what your presentation was, and I thank you for it. I don't feel a necessary urge to move forward on this, but I think it was a really helpful, very helpful presentation for us really understanding where we are. And I would also say that I think this education, this social media campaigns, I think would be really helpful. I don't think there's anyone out there who would argue with that. Education is always a good thing, clarifying what the actual ordinances at this time are. for the general public, that's a fantastic thing as well, because we all need that education. Thank you.
I also agree. Thank you, Lieutenant Schroer, for a really educational presentation and informational report. I'm sure that there were a lot of people in our community that did not have the answers, just as we as council had requested this. And I also agree. I think that there really is, and I completely understand the desire of the individuals that are part of the Moms Demand Action here in Brentwood that I got to speak to. There's no one in this community that wants our children to be harmed in any way. I believe currently that what we have as a state and what our police department is able to address right now, I think that is sufficient and has shown to be because of the investigating that the lieutenant has done at this time. And so I agree. I don't believe that there is a reason for a vote here, just like the other. Is there any further conversation council would like to have on this? Okay, well, thank you, Lieutenant Schroer. I'll get it right. I'm sorry, Lieutenant Schroer, for your report. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
So at this time, we will move into item E4. Item E4 is a future agenda request from Councilmember Rary and relates to the city sending a letter to the Board of Supervisors regarding Measure X funding. And our city manager, Tim Ogden, will now present the staff report.
Mayor and Council, at the request of Councilmember Rary, we have before you for your consideration the letter of support for Measure X funding to be considered by the Board of Supervisors. They have gone through a very year-long, lengthy process with a advisory board made up of community members and community interests, and they have made several recommendations, including funding parts of East County's fire district and some of the emergency services that they have clearly articulated deficiencies in. So the letter articulates at the suggestion of Chief Helmick what would be most advantageous for the Board of Supervisors to consider is the regional fire chief's request that they made to that community advisory board back in May of 2021. And it's a $27 million ask, and it covers various line items as delineated in the letter, but to open and staff closed fire stations, to up staff for vegetation and wildfire mitigation services, to enhance their communications center and replace equipment, to make seismic retrofits to fire stations and upgrade the emergency operations systems, community risk reduction with the hiring of 8 regional inspectors, hire a county-wide emergency preparedness manager, and to enhance their training facilities and paramedic programs. So it's a big ask, but much needed services for East County and for the whole county, since it's a regional fire chief's ask. And so with the letter, the mayor would sign that and send that off to the Board of Supervisors. I believe their meeting is November 2nd, where they'll be considering at least this first opportunity for them to continue to consider how they want to spend those Measure X funds.
Any questions of staff?
I just have a quick question. I totally support that, but if the county had stated that this is how the funds were going to be used and went out and told that to the public, and they did it, would that be in violation of what those monies were voted for to be able to support?
I don't want to presume to be the expert on their sales tax measure since it was a county-wide one, but as my understanding is, it was a general sales tax measure, so they cannot specify specific uses. They did seem to suggest in the noticing of that, I can't call it marketing of it, but that fire was a top priority for them in putting that on the ballot.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking that question. I mean, obviously, that's probably got a lot of support for that, so thank you. Thank you for answering.
Yeah. Well, if there are no further questions of staff, we will open public comment. I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
I received one written public comment on this item. A summary is shown on the screen. Full copies of the comments will be made available on the City Council agenda webpage. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have 3 hands that are raised. I'll start with Carolina, followed by Rod. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, City Council. So I think a letter from the mayor, signed by all City Council members, would be really wonderful. I will also hope that our mayor will reach out to the mayors of the surrounding suburbs that will be affected by the funds of Measure X for fire to do something similar and have City Council members reach out to their counterparts and do that as well. Because this is county-wide, we need to remind the Board of Supervisors that the overwhelming reason that the voters in East Contra Costa County voted for this measure was because fire was prominently featured on all the literature that we received asking for our support. So yes, we supported it, and now they need to support it. So I think a full press court is what we need. So even as far as Pittsburgh, because that kind of affects the whole area, please reach out to other suburbs that are affected by Measure X in East Contra Costa and make sure that their city councils are also doing something similar. I think we, like I said before, we all need to, as city council members, make your voices heard, and we as residents of Brentwood need to send our thoughts and our support for this, for fire as well. So I think if you guys could post some information on the city website so that people know when the next Board of Supervisors meeting is, and a link to get to their site so that people can call in or write in, that would be fantastic. That way we can make this happen. We're going to need a lot of voices to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod, followed by Ben Kellogg. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to the entire City Council. I mean the entire City Council for standing up for Brentwood, for the people that live here, for the people that live here, and for the businesses that do business here. Everybody in this town knows, everybody in ECCFPD district knows that we need fire protection. We need it bad. Our response times are terrible, and I do know that we're going to be merging with Confire, but still, we're short fire stations. We're short coverage. We do have some relief coming, but the fact is, we need this. This is what we voted for. It's almost unheard of for a tax measure like this to pass, and it barely scraped by from the numbers I'm looking at. And the reason why it scraped by is because enough people care about survival of this town. Now, I've heard some talk among the supervisors, well, we need to do other things, and they have some maybe some social objectives, and I'm pretty well on board with lifting people up, but you cannot lift up a family if their house burns down around them. This is a high priority, super issue. We gave up a park for this issue, and you know how I feel about that. I was glad to do it, but it's a park, for God's sake, we gave up just to get ourselves some more coverage. Supervisor Burgess needs to finally stand up and really show that she's with this community. I mean, we saw what she did, approving that so-called seedling farm, which is really a clone farm. She just doesn't seem to have our backs on this fire issue. She never has, and we need her to listen to you. One thing I would like to see done with this letter is after you deliver it, because it's all ready to go, post it online with some kind of a form where citizens can add their signatures just to say, hey, I live in Brentwood and I agree with my city council, and I'll be the first to sign it if you get it up there. I want to see how many people we can get in this community to sign, and just so Supervisor Burgess and her friends on the Board of Supervisors can see that we mean business and we're not voting for them if they don't give us what they promised us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ben Kellogg, followed by Danny Dorman. Ben, go ahead.
Thank you again. I'm pretty confident everyone knows my opinion on this topic. However, I will express my feelings on it anyways because it is such an important topic. I urge the council as a whole, as well as on a personal level as a citizen, to please voice your support in both written form and verbally in a public setting for Measure X funds to be secured for the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District. The fight is not over. It's not even close to being over. Residents of East County must continue to battle for Measure X funding. I urge all residents to contact the Contra Costa Board of Supervisors and let them know how important these funds are. A large reason Measure X passed was because of the increased fire funding for ECCFPD. Even though this is a general tax, the needs assessment proved that unequivocally this was going to be for fire. I truly believe that if not for the fire protection aspect, Measure X would not have passed. ECCFPD not getting these funds would be a major, major betrayal politically for anyone sitting on the Board of Supervisors currently. Again, this is a no-brainer to vote in the affirmative. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Danny Dorman, followed by Vince Wells. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Yes, thank you again. Okay, thank you again. To be clear, my comments are about Measure X, the millions of dollars gathered by the taxes imposed on us, and the need for our council to put as much effort on our fire safety as they do on the pomp and circumstance of the Marsh House. I also want to thank Susanna for letting us know of her vaccination status and hope you others will do as well. Otherwise, people like me will presume you're not vaccinated and should be shamed into getting on the right side of history. That said, this is not aimed primarily at the council. It's not geared to staff or even the $250,000 man, since most of them don't live here. This particular speech is for the Board of Supervisors and to all citizens of Brentwood. I'm talking about the sales tax we approved and how it should be spent. Brian Scott has been at the forefront of trying to keep us safe. We've had spectacular failures of protecting our town from a catastrophic fire. We are particularly to blame for allowing this to happen by not making a bigger stink about this, as well as the councils of the past for giving developers an out by letting them off the hook with bribes, otherwise known as in lieu of fees, and the fiefdom of various protection services, including our own, to keep their own power and luck. Yes, luck has been our greatest enemy. We've never had a catastrophic fire in the history of Brentwood. We've been lucky. But like playing chicken with an oncoming train, just because we haven't been hit yet doesn't mean we're invincible. We need to stop this type of thinking. Remember when the sky turned orange? Orange! I had never seen such a sight outside of the burning oil fields of the Middle East. And the cause, municipalities like ours who kept playing on the train tracks with our lives. We need to hold people to account. We need to let the supervisors know if they don't give us our share, we will remove them from office. One last point. Failure, Joel, failure, Johnny. You had your chance to do the right thing about the $250,000 man. It was moments of silence that should have given you guys a hint of how the city felt and how the other council felt, and yet still did the ridiculous thing. And with that, have a good night.
Thank you. The next speaker is Vince Wells, followed by David Cruz.
Good evening, Council. My name is Vince Wells. I'm the President of Local 1230, representative of the East Contra Costa firefighters as well as Contra Costa firefighters. And I wanted to thank Councilmember Rary for bringing this issue before you. As a person who has attended or was part of the Measure X committee from its inception, we provided the input for the needs assessment and made very specific notice, as well as members of the council and other members of the community, about the need for fire service in East Contra Costa. We believe that everybody on the committee that worked to pass Measure X, as well as those that are now on the advisory board, are very well aware, and they can always use more encouragement, as this action will do, to encourage them and the board to honor the desires of the community, because we do agree that fire was a major reason why this that tax measure passed. And we do still believe that we have board support. They've acknowledged that. We've supported a fire chief assessment because there are 12 fire agencies in Contra Costa, and wanted to make sure that this the sales tax, which is unprecedented to go to fire districts that are not part of the county, to distribute the money to address fire service issues. So East Contra Costa is the most popular and well-known and most needed action, but we're also hoping that that there's support for the entire ask of all the chiefs to address fire services in the entire region. And like I said, East Contra Costa is the one that I think is the most obvious, and I appreciate this council supporting this effort, and all the efforts of even encouraging other cities and municipalities to support this as well. So thank you, and I'll yield the rest of my time.
The next speaker is David Cruz, and I have nobody else with their hand raised after Mr. Cruz.
Thank you and good evening. Thank you to Councilmember Rary for bringing this item. So I'm a Brentwood resident, and I was one of two individuals to serve as members of the Measure X advisory committee on behalf of this district. And I just want to say it was an amazing experience, very enlightening experience. There's no doubt that the entire committee, of everybody who was there, certainly understood the needs that East County has. And as you can see by the results, East County Fire certainly was prioritized very, very high on that list. And I have no doubt that fire as a whole has been very successful and will be very successful in getting its allotment of funding. And certainly there's no doubt that public safety as a whole as well. There's a lot of funding that will go across the board. So I think that's great that this letter is going to go forward to express the support for the regional ask for the chiefs. It's important. There's no doubt. I don't think there's any opposition to that. What I would say is for the board to consider all of the items that are slated and recommended by the community that are slated to come out to East County, that are here to enrich the residents and that do address quality of life issues, issues around youth, issues around safety, the homelessness, housing, our seniors. Like I said, it was a very enlightening experience for me to understand it. And there are a ton of intersections between public safety and what we were shown with this Measure X funding. So and what the voters ultimately were promised. So with that said, I do hope you consider that. Understand that we did listen to hundreds of hours of testimony from community groups and needs, not everything was included. Fire certainly was, but plenty of things are slated for East County that are truly needed. I think by residents across East County, including out here in our areas. So thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay, then at this time, we will close public comments and move into council discussion.
I would like to actually ask a question. Do we know what other local cities or unincorporated areas have decided to write a letter or have pushed more recently in advance of the next meeting?
I am not aware.
Okay.
Hopefully they are.
Councilmember Meyer, I will tell you that I have had conversations with other councils and council members, and I absolutely am going to make phone calls and emails to have. As of right now, in our last conversations, all of them have been supported from the beginning for this. I don't see that might have changed, but I will be encouraging them all to continue support for this.
Great. I know our timeline is a little bit of a crunch to get a letter prepared, but maybe
I'll be doing it tomorrow.
Maybe individually. Yes, if you need help with that, I would love to help.
Any help. I think that if our entire council would be willing to encourage our local communities leaders, as well as making phone calls to our supervisor, and not just our supervisor, something that you being expert in as well in your other part of your vocation, when we have local county supervisor decisions that are very important to be made, oftentimes it is good to call our assembly members, our senators, our Congress as well, and ask them to send support if they were willing to the Board of Supervisors. So if our residents could also do that, that would also be helpful. I think the suggestion of an easy way to contact our supervisor on our city website, I think that was a great idea, if that's possible, on a Facebook or however we can get that out there.
I was going to ask, in fact, for a specifically dedicated campaign on Facebook that we could all share that would include ways to advocate and maybe suggested text that people could include, whether it's an email or a phone call or whatever. If there was something that we could educate the public with through social media, I'm sure we would all of us who have that.
And not just our supervisor. It's a 5-person vote, so it needs to go to all the supervisors.
Yeah, if the council approves the mayor send this letter out, we can certainly put a copy of it up on the website and advertise it, and also suggest their support. And when the next board meeting is, I think it's November 2nd, so we can certainly do that.
And what I'm hearing is we should probably list, I spoke to Mr. Dorman today, and I said, he's sharing stuff on social media, and I said, it's important to list the emails where you want people to send correspondence. So if our social media could include the email addresses to our state legislators as well as our Board of Supervisors, then our residents don't have to go searching for it. So let's make it super easy for them to be able to send in correspondence on Measure X allocation dollars.
So having said all of that, do we have a motion on this item?
Yes, I will make a motion as detailed in the staff report, authorize the mayor to sign a letter of support to the Contra Costa County Board of Supervisors regarding Measure X funding.
I second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. We'll move on to item E5. It pertains to the selection of council members of the public to serve on Enhanced Infrastructure Financing Authority boards. And Joshua Ewan will now present this item, the staff report. Josh?
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. Thank you for your time this evening. I'd like to present a quick presentation of the action item we're looking at for tonight. So if you just bear with me, I'll go ahead and bring this up. Great, so you should be seeing an introductory screen.
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. So thank you. Just to reintroduce myself, Joshua Ewan, Senior Analyst with our Economic Development Division. Tonight we're coming to you as a housekeeping item relating to the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing Districts and Public Financing Authorities that govern these separate districts of the city. What we'll be discussing tonight are kind of two topics. One is the City Council self-selection of council members to serve on these public financing authorities, and also a public recruitment process that will attract public members to be appointed by a majority vote of the City Council to sit on the boards and review processes and improvements that are part of the infrastructure financing plan for each infrastructure district. So just as a recap, we're coming back to you following the September 28th meeting where the City Council, in unanimous support, issued a resolution of intention to establish two infrastructure financing districts, one for the Innovation Center at Brentwood and one for the Brentwood Boulevard downtown areas that follow and mirror the specific plan areas for those corridors. The Public Financing Authority is a separate board, and they govern each EIFD. They are required by state law to include a majority composition of board members representing the legislative bodies that are involved for each taxing entity, and at least two members of the public. So here's a quick snapshot for the benefit of the public, since they'll be participating in the process. We have a boundary district for the Innovation Center at the northwest corner of the city limits, and it's really our planned employment center. The council has a approved vision for the long-term build-out of this center. And then on the right, we have the Brentwood Boulevard Downtown Enhanced Infrastructure District, which really talks about the revitalization and infrastructure development of that former State Highway 4 corridor, as well as the downtown. So the specific action that we'd like to have council consider tonight is seating 3 members to the Public Financing Authority. The way that the approach is written in the staff report would be selection of 2 general members as well as 1 alternate member. The reason that we would include an alternate member would be if another taxing entity, such as Contra Costa County, were to be involved, that alternate member would fall off at the city council level, and the 2 members as the general members would continue to move forward. We're also requesting direction and council consideration of seating public appointees. So we would look for each district to seat 2 public members, one of which would be a general member, one of which would be an alternate member. And again, should the county decide to join, the alternate member of the public would fall off in exchange for that participating taxing entity, such as the county, to include a public member represented from the Board of Supervisors. So in terms of public appointee process as described in the staff report, we laid out 2 general options, and we don't necessarily need the council to make a decision tonight, but just to generally have an idea moving forward of what the recruitment could look like. And at a future council date, by majority vote, you could select the formal composition. Unless you'd like to give some direction tonight, we'd be glad to accept that and put that in our recruitment manual and solicitation to the public. So the first option is we'd have 2 public member appointees seated to the Public Financing Authority for each district, where those city council appointments would basically be the two public members that sit on both the districts, so both the Innovation Center and the Brentwood Boulevard. We think there could be some efficiency here, but we also want to hear from the council if you'd like to use this as a model or an alternate model that would potentially represent both districts individually. So if we were looking at the two-member process, just generally as kind of an idea of how this may work, you'd have the Innovation Center EIFD with general member, which we named A, and an alternate member B. And then that same general member A would serve on the Brentwood Boulevard downtown EIFD, and the alternate member B would also serve as the other district as well, and that alternate member would fall off should another taxing entity be involved. A secondary option would be if the council wanted to recruit up to 4 public members to be seated to both public financing authorities. So the way that this would work is you have 4 total appointments, and in the Innovation Center that would include a general member A with an alternate member B, and in the Brentwood Boulevard downtown, these are going to be separate public appointees. So you have a general member C and an alternate member D, or any type of combination of these two options that we've provided. So in the staff report and in the recruitment materials, we lay out the vision for seating on this Public Financing Authority board. Members will serve a 2-year term. Each PFA board will meet annually and also as necessary to perform responsibilities that are required under the EIFD law, such as establishment of the EIFD, approval of the infrastructure financing plan, which we will check in and have consensus from council before we move forward with that plan to the Public Financing Authority, as well as the authority member may consider bonds for projects that are included in the infrastructure financing plan. So there may be additional special meetings, but generally the ongoing commitment after establishment of an EIFD will be about once a year, if not twice a year at most. So the criteria that we've included in the application package is that applicants must be a City of Brentwood resident, a registered voter, an employee, a representative of a nonprofit entity located within the community, an educational institution or other business owner, or any other corporate citizen within the City of Brentwood that's defined under statute or similar items that's included in EIFD law. The City Council can decide that if a public member appointee is either required or is more likely to be considered in higher consideration of the appointment if they reside or they own property or have a business establishment or other factors that the City Council deems to be priority, should that person reside, own property, etc., within the EIFD boundary itself. And we are not recommending a financial stipend to PFA members. We've done research with our consultant, and typically PFA members from representative cities and county public financing authorities don't receive a stipend. So with that, that concludes my report. I think the first order of action after potential questions and clarifications would be for the City Council to have a discussion about seating City Council members to the Public Financing Authority, so we can do some housekeeping on that and keep things moving forward, and that'll all be recorded by minute order from the clerk. So thank you, Mayor, Council, for your consideration. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Questions of staff?
This might be a silly question, but it's kind of logistics. Do we know if these meetings would be in person or virtual?
Based on City Council, we'll take City Council direction. At this time, it could be virtual, and if needed, we can do whatever is consistent with council policy.
Okay, thank you.
Josh, I did want to have you clarify for any residents that might be interested in this process, what kind of time commitment meeting-wise, would somebody that was in the community be expected to invest in this process?
Great. So the process that the council has charged forward with through our resolution of intent, and then the actions moving forward. So once a public appointee is set as a seated member of the Public Financing Authority, they can expect, I would say, maybe 8 to 12 hours worth of work to establish the infrastructure financing plan as well as the infrastructure financing district. And that can be coordination with staff to answer questions, being a liaison with the city council as necessary, and then also seating as through a public meeting. Once the district is established, we intend to really only have to meet once a year, twice a year at the most, and that would be just to review projects in progress in the infrastructure financing plan. And then if we're at a point where we're receiving enough tax revenue increment to issue bonds, then the Public Financing Authority would be able to do that, and that's when we would interact with those authority members. So the initial upfront commitment's a little bit more heavy, but the ongoing commitment is not extensive.
Thank you.
One quick question. When it comes to the public role, what kind of financial acumen do you expect for them to have?
That's a great question, Councilmember Mendoza. Thank you. So city finance staff and economic development staff and the slew of hired staff will be able to assist that Public Financing Authority member through the fiscal items, bonds, and related actions. Having a general understanding of city governance, the operation of infrastructure and how that's deployed in the community, how it's potentially funded, and just a general understanding of numbers would probably benefit that person to a higher level. But ultimately, it'd be council's decision to actually appoint that person to the Public Financing Authority.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions of staff at this time? Seeing none, we will open public comment at this time. Margaret?
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I do see one hand raised. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm looking at the recruitment notice, and it's fine. It's just that it doesn't really seem to say very much about what the person who was volunteering to do this thing would be needed to do or what they would need to know. It states their requirement that they be a citizen or a resident, or that they, have some association with a company in the area. And I think people will have questions when they see that. They'll want to know, like, what is it that they're asking me to do? And I think it would just be a little better if there was maybe an FAQ, some format where you could let people know, hey, this is what you're going to do if you volunteer to do this thing. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina. Carolina, go ahead. Oops. Okay, now try. Carolina, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello? Oh, okay. So I currently sit on the Brentwood Unified School District Measure B Oversight Committee, and what we do is we look through expenditures line item by line item, and we look at the progress being made, and we ask a lot of questions about the projects. And so I was wondering, because this is a little nebulous, could somebody give a little more detail as to what, like Rod said, like what would residents be expected to be doing? Because I get that, of course, finance staff would be there to help, but to help what? That's the question I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay, at this time, we close public comment. If we could have staff help clarify this question, that would be greatly appreciated.
I'll go ahead and just tackle that question, and I'll share my screen. We have a whole web page set up that explains how the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District works. We have additional information on how public financing authorities work, how the process works, where they are located in maps, schedule and timeframes. So we just would direct the public back to that resource. But in short, it's a financing tool to enhance the infrastructure that needs to be put in place to encourage development in these locations. It's under the economic development page.
No, but where on this page, like, where does it explain what they're going to be doing? What is the role of the?
It would be overseeing all of this. So, seeing the financial reports that come in, looking at preparing bond documents that go out.
An FAQ would be great.
Yeah.
Sure, we can enhance that.
Terrific. So if we could just go down the the process on this, how would we like to proceed with this?
Well, are we still having comments or
discussion?
Oh, okay, sorry. I just have so I understand that staff's going to help, but I wanted to. I mean, I'm hoping that we pick someone that has their own point of view from a financial point of view, not just someone who's going to follow marching orders, right? Like, I want them to have an opinion and have like some aptitude when it comes to finance and go, that doesn't feel right, or it's weird to me that we would just rely on staff. If we're just going to rely on staff, then these are just warm bodies that aren't really doing anything, right? I don't know, that just felt a little weird. That's all.
Mr. Ogden, if I could.
I didn't hear a question, but is there a question?
Oh, sure. So, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I mean, I guess that's just was a little bit disappointing to hear. Like, I don't want to tell a person, hey, join. You don't really have to do anything. We're going to give you everything you got to do. You really don't need a skill set. So just be a warm body and sit in that chair and do what we tell you.
I don't think that's what was intended. Bond documents are very complex, and the city has to hire out bond counsel, bond financial advisors to even guide the city on how to do some of those transactions. So staff will be there to assist, but yeah, the more financial acumen that the participants have, the better.
So what is the ask of the resident? Like, they're looking at all of these financials. What is their ask? What are they going to be charged to make decisions on?
Josh, do you want to tackle that?
I'd be glad to. Yeah, thank you. It's a great question. So the first component of a seated member is going to be review and approval of the infrastructure financing plan. And the infrastructure financing plan will be pretty much every public infrastructure project and eligible activity that the state law allows for each infrastructure financing district. So persons who are sitting in this position can help guide policy on what the district does potentially as infrastructure rollout and infrastructure planning. And with that, they'll also be reviewing the financial analysis that backs up that infrastructure plan and that the capital expenditure rollout that comes along with that. So yes, we would look forward to someone who's eager and willing to be involved in the process, both with a financial background, construction management, engineering, any component like that, planning, and any interest in city government. We'd be glad to have that person with council, city council approval and appointment.
Well, and that might be a good thing on the notice that goes out there, is that someone with these types of things or similar would be appropriate for this commission.
Yeah.
And would council role on this be any different from resident role? Did you hear me?
Yes,
Joshua?
I did. Yes. Okay. No, your role technically would be, you'd be equal board members, is my understanding. And you'd be working on concerted policy in direction to assign staff that is responsible to help run the district. One item that we would do pretty much on every major milestone, particularly anything that interacts with the city financial projection or has city impacts related to infrastructure planning and the capital improvement program, is we'd actually check in with the city council first, get your blessing, and then go to the Public Financing Authority based on your direction and approval to ask them to approve various projects and programs. One of the components that comes into this, and it may lead itself down the line, is should another taxing entity be involved. For example, Contra Costa County, there's going to be some coordination, and it'll be our job to bring everybody together on various components of financing plans and potentially bonds in the future.
So Josh, really quick question. On E5A, is that what the residents' responsibilities would be, requirements, membership, meetings, or it goes in description, right? So is this something, I mean, that's lacking in the website or something where we could include that so people understand what they're being involved in? I don't know.
I think we're saying that's not enough.
That's, oh, this is not enough.
No, because I would want someone with financial acumen, so they're not just, so they can have a perspective on all of the finances.
So when you ask Tim in here, it's saying all members must complete a statement of economic interest. What does that mean? I mean, what does that mean? Is that, I don't know.
That's like when you run for office, you do all of your forms, so economic interest, do you own any property there? Do you make money off of any of that? Like, what is your economic interest in that area? So it's just like when you run for office, what's your economic interest in Brentwood?
Okay.
It's a Form 700, correct?
Yeah, okay, I understand.
I do think, in addition to, what's listed here for Brentwood residents, registered voters, employees, I think that when we are looking at the people who do live in our town, who do or have a business, those other considerations that were listed on the second part should be taken, should move that person up higher if they live in this area, versus somebody from Martinez who serves on a nonprofit in our city. I think that we need somebody who is here.
So kind of like a force ranking, like we decide what criteria weighs more than other criteria.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My only caution in making things a little too stringent is we already have a difficult enough time recruiting commissioners based on this latest recruitment for 3 different commissions. I would just be sensitive to not making too many rigid requirements. Once you get that applicant pool, then you can prioritize them to say who has the most of what we're really looking for, and that might serve you better to get a better recruitment, more options.
And I think that's what I was trying to say, is that there was other criteria that once we have this in here, we can rank them based on that other criteria that Josh had provided us.
So the first request we're being asked is from the council. Which members should make up the representatives to this board of council?
I started this back in 2018. I'd like to be on this.
How long? Once again, is this for 2 years though?
Yes.
Or 4 years? I think it's 2 years, right?
I don't know that. Josh?
It's a 2-year term, right?
Unfortunately, I'm not 100% clear if it runs with your council term, or if it runs as a public member. So we can clarify with our consultant Cosmont, who we had on our last call. And should you want to direct that, we could also come back to you at the next appointment process for the public members and give you some clarification.
Yeah, because obviously some of us are up for the next election, right? Which is in a year. And if you need somebody for 2 years, it'd be hard to replace somebody within going into the second year.
Yeah, you would serve out your council term if you were on this PFA and then have to be replaced.
Well, including myself, right? I'm up for election to myself if I plan to run again, and obviously that's only 1 year, so, I mean, I still, depending on where I'm at with things, would that be unfair to the process to do that, to jump on something like this, and not be able to be for sure that I could do 2 years?
I think the bulk of the work, as Josh was mentioning, is going to be in the first year, and I don't want to say it's going to be on autopilot thereafter, but once you've issued bonds and you're waiting on the increment to get there and you're doing some of the projects and you're following that financing plan, I don't want to say there's not going to be as much work, but it's more upfront.
I wasn't going to say I was going to do this because of the state initiative. We talked about it yesterday, but I just think for the financial side, I would like to do it if no one else wants to do it. I think it's important that, that we have someone with a financial background. So, I would like to do it.
Well, we need three of you, so lots of room.
So there was conversation previously that there could be the component of having a supervisor on this.
Yeah, if the county agrees to participate with us in the EIFD, then they would have 2 appointments. Is that correct, Josh?
I believe it would be the county supervisor for our district, and then one public appointment, I believe.
So it was my understanding, and please clarify if I misunderstood, there would be at least 2 council members, potentially a supervisor, and then either 1 or 2 representatives from.
Yeah, so if the county participates, they'll have 2 supervisors, we'll have 2 council members, 1 member of the public. If the county doesn't participate, then it's 3 council members and 2 members of the public.
Okay, yes, that was my understanding also. Okay. So we have 2 council members that have already stated interest.
I could be an alternate, perhaps.
That may be a way to do this, because if we have the county participate, which we're hoping, that'll leverage our revenue stream, then we just need 2. So I would say pick your top 2 and then your third, and then in case we don't have the county participate.
Councilmember Rary, Councilmember Mendoza, and the alternate, Councilmember Meyer.
And do you want to have those 2 or 3 be on both, or do you want to? That's what we'd recommend.
Well, my concern again is finding as enough people to fill 4 positions.
Sure.
Has been very difficult. So I think that it always helps to have a continuity of information, and I'm comfortable with that representation in both of them.
Yeah, I think we keep the same people, because aren't the meetings the same? The meetings are the same day.
We'd
right?
probably schedule them the same day for
so
convenience.
Do them the same day, get it done. Yeah,
I agree.
Well, it sounds like we've got through that component of it. Does staff have clear?
I just have one question. Sorry.
We're just going to talk next steps, so please ask your question.
No, I just have a question. I know that, council paperwork for a Tuesday meeting, we get Thursday before. Is this the same timeline, or because they are financial documents, can we get a longer time period so that we can review everything in more detail, or is it the same lead time as a council meeting?
I'll jump in. I won't speak too much for staff, but given the complexity of these items, I suspect you'll be getting the materials long before you would normally get them on a council meeting. But I'm not staffing that, so I need to look at the city manager and Mr.
Yeah, these
Ewan.
are more narrowly focused staff reports for this financing authority, so we would try to get the information out earlier if possible, yeah.
That would be fantastic.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, it sounds like you have consensus on your members and alternate. If you go to the agenda, there's a point where a motion can be made, as detailed in the staff report, approving the selection of the council members. And if someone would like to make that motion, it could be second, and then you can move on to the public members. It would be number 8.
I'll make a motion as detailed in the staff report, approve the selection of council members Mendoza, Meyer, and Rary, and the recruitment process for members of the Public Financing Authority for the Innovation Center Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District and the Brentwood Boulevard Downtown Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District.
A second?
And if I could just clarify that motion, the two primary members will be council members Rary and Mendoza, and the alternate would be council member Meyer?
Yes.
The second agrees?
Yes, I agree. Okay, all in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? It is unanimous. We will move on to the second component of this. How would we like to get the members of the public, what number, and same question that we just filled with the council. So, Damien, could you reiterate the step that you...
I'm noticing what you're all noticing at this moment in time regarding the public members. I believe, and Mr. Ewan can correct me if I'm wrong, that staff is looking for the number of members to serve in the sense that would you like the public members to serve on as the council is doing, have the members serve on the same commission or have separate people for the two different commissions?
I will make a motion to have the same people, members of the public on both commissions.
Second? Oh, never mind.
Do we need to, I know we discussed force ranking different attributes of candidates with like residency being first. Do we need to put that in our motion or no?
I don't believe so at this time, because really you're authorizing staff to go out and start the recruitment process, and then similar to how you select members of the commissions currently, where you all interview them, you can decide on each one decides on how you want to focus and who you think what attributes are important.
Okay, thank you.
But before the vote's made, if I could ask Mr. Ewan, is there anything else that needed to be in that motion? Or was that sufficient for your purposes for tonight? Do you need additional direction?
No, that's great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, then we have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
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 It is unanimous. Thank you. And thank all
you.
the council members for your willingness to do this work. We'll move into item F1.
Mayor, can we take a 5-minute break, please?
We certainly can.
Thank
This
you.
time we will take a 5-minute recess.
All here.
So at this time, we will reconvene the council meeting, move on to item F1, new requests. Is there anyone that has a new agenda request at this time?
I do. I would like to have council have a discussion about potentially raising our affordable housing percentage to 15%. And I say that because I feel that we've got a lot of time to make up. We're nearing our build out, and we won't have a lot of opportunities to focus on this much longer. And I feel like we've owe it to our residents to make sure that's a priority for us. So I think it's worth discussing. Are there other cities that are raising theirs? In the past, I know we went from 2 to 10 to where we are right now, but I think it's worth discussing based on past history and what we need to do moving forward to make sure that we have that focus.
Okay. No, it's just a request. That,
Any other direction?
Do you want to give a ratio that you want to shoot for, 15%, 20%?
15%, yeah.
Okay.
And I would like to see what other cities are doing. I'm doing my own research as well, but just heard about a city that just went to 20. So I think 15 is still a fair, achievable percentage, and I just would like to have some discussion around that and get some feedback.
So we'll include it for 15% then.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe have alternative options if the council wants to look at other options as well.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm open to that. Thank you.
okay. Any further future agenda item requests?
Can we make that like a rush item because we know projects are coming? So, I can't talk. Sorry, no.
And it will be, it'll be on your agenda at the next meeting for staff, for the council to determine if you want to spend staff time and resources on it.
Okay, sorry.
No, not a problem.
Okay. Seeing no further new requests, we'll move on to item F2.1. And future agenda item request from Council Member Meyer for City Council discussion of and possible direction to staff related to the creation of a timeline and priority list for implementation of the conservation and open space element of the general plan. And I will turn it to Council Member Meyer to explain her request.
Thank you so much. I wanted to start by saying, just to be very clear, this coming back was because there was some uncertainty about a previous request. So I removed the previous request. I'm starting over again just to make sure that we're all on the same page, staff and council. What I'm actually asking for is to bring back the discussion of the general plan conservation and open space element that is currently in our general plan. A few months ago, we talked about this a little bit, but I think we need to delve further into actually having a timeline, a priority list. The goals that are in our general plan are not specific to a climate action plan. Some of them are, but the ones I'm focused on right now are for the general plan conservation and open space element. If anyone listening wants to follow along, it's in the packet, but it's also in the general plan section 4-1 through 4-14. We heard from Contra Costa County Climate Leader, Executive Director earlier. We've heard from her in the past. We understand that the language in our general plan is solid. It's very good action items towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions, conservation, energy savings, a lot of really good planning in there. It's just that we have not done anything to implement it. So what I would really like to do is to move forward with actually implementing some of these action items. I think some of them are low-hanging fruit. Some would be something that we can implement that doesn't have a huge budget ask. And I think those are things we need to look at as well. I understand that we're working on the housing element right now, and that needs to be our priority. But I think if we could come back for staff presentation and full discussion in February, if that would be amenable to people, I would like to discuss the conservation of energy and other natural resources, the reduction of air pollutants and greenhouse gas emissions, conservation of open space. I think one of our callers earlier was talking about conservation of open space and how critical that is. And again, we're close to build out. We've got open space that potentially could be at risk if it's dormant and not being used and established and zoned a certain way. I would really like to just talk about what we can do to protect ourselves when it comes to that. Moving forward, be a little bit more green. How can we help our local businesses to be green? We were only one of, I think it was 5 cities. Yeah, 5 cities in the county, Brentwood, Danville, Pinole, Richmond, San Pablo, who've actually included this language in our general plan. We just haven't implemented it. So I don't know if that's clear enough. I'm hoping I'm trying to be as clear as I can. I'm not looking for a climate action plan implementation at this time. Not that I'm saying down the road that wouldn't be valuable, but right now I would like us just to look at what we've got in our general plan already as language that we think is achievable and attainable, and look at what a timeline would be, a priority list, and have that come back, for example, like in February.
Thank you. At this time, we will open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have 2 hands raised. I'll start with Carolina, followed by Rod. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. Late into the night once again, City Council. Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Meyer's request. I think it's really important as we finish building out Brentwood that we keep as much green space as we have as we can, as called out by the general plan. I think when you have changing of the guard and city council members coming and going, things kind of get lost in the shuffle. And I really appreciate Councilmember Meyer taking the time to bring this up, and I think February is a great time. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad I do have the opportunity to speak after all. The other speaker, Ms. Deschambault, indicated we might not. So, yeah, again, I really love what's in the conservation and open space element. I think what I'd really like to see is a very bright line that defines exactly where the open spaces are that we have, both public and private, and maybe in the actions in support of Goal COS1 to make sure that we are defending all of those open spaces, putting some lines around them, defining what can and cannot be done to them, especially development. I really don't want to see development on any open space inside the city limit because, as we all know, the state is coming after our open space, the SB 10 and those things that are going on. We want to the full extent that the city of Brentwood is capable to do under the new state laws, and even beyond that, because you never know, the state laws might get repealed, but within the framework of saying this is what our city wants to do with our open space. We saw in Deer Ridge and Shadow Lakes, we saw what a developer is willing to do to open space. If we let them, they were going to build massive apartment buildings right on fairways, and those fairways are open space. We need to preserve all of that. We need to preserve our golf courses. We need to preserve our parks. We need to make sure that the areas owned by the water district are protected so that they can't be sold later on for development if the water district doesn't want them anymore. The areas that are owned by PG&E that are open space need to stay open space. And of course, all the areas that we've marked that are privately owned as permanent open space need to be permanent open space. We need to really define what all that means, where all these open spaces are, and really sharply put a line around it. And I think that in the discussion that you're contemplating having is a good first step in identifying that need and identifying those spaces. I have, with some friends, identified many of the open spaces in the city, and I'm willing to share that information with staff and to work with anyone that would like to further tighten those definitions down, identify all the spaces that need protected, and make sure they're protected. Thank you so much.
I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay, then we will close public comment at this time. Move into council discussion.
I agree. I think this needs to be done, but I think that we could bring this to our strategic planning session, because what we're doing is we're looking at the next 2 years on what we're going to spend money on and what projects we want to look at doing over the next 2 years. So I think it's a great opportunity at that point to, staff may be able to come back and talk to us about the costs and so forth of doing these types of things. Not do it right now, and we could, say we want to do this, let's do it in February. But I think it does need to be part of the strategic plan so that we're not keep piling things on, because we're going to create this plan. And I know it's so easy to get sidetracked because something comes up and we want to do it. So I think that it needs to be part of that strategic plan. But I do think that it is definitely something we need to do.
I absolutely support that idea. If it's a feasible idea to get some of that stuff going in the strategic planning, I think it's perfect. I do want to reiterate what our caller Rod said in that defining the open space protections that we have and securing them against development that is out of our hands. I think, and zoning that could potentially be out of our hands, I think that is a critical part of this whole plan. It's not just about greenhouse gas emissions. It is very definitely about open space conservation as well.
I love this idea. We all know how I feel about overbuilding. It's just like, even people's backyards are open space, right? So it all goes back to zoning. But when they come to us, and I don't know if staff can do this, and I had talked to Damien and Tim about this a little bit. My concern is if we protect open space, it's in our policies or code or whatever it is, the next council can change it, right? Like they can undo it. So I want to look at how do we protect it, yes, but a council can put something on a ballot measure. So do we feel strongly about this enough that we want it in perpetuity, like, as long as we possibly can have it, and put it on a ballot measure where our residents decide to have open space? Because that is, I feel, a lot stronger than us doing it. I mean, we can do it, and that's fine, but I think that come November when we talk about it, we should talk about how tight we want this. Because, again, another council comes on, and you're talking, Damien?
I was about to. The agenda item really does talk about just the open space element of the general plan, and I hear what you're saying, but that might be more appropriate for the strategic planning session, if that's what the council decides to do, because moving to a ballot measure doesn't really cover what's on the agenda here. It's starting to go a little bit beyond what's on the agenda.
Well, it's to protect the open space. That's why I'm bringing it up. So what is the best way to accomplish what she wants? I think it's a ballot measure.
Understood, but it's also the open space element of the general plan and prioritizing the list of what's in there, which is a little bit beyond the ballot measure discussion for tonight, for at least for tonight's item. But certainly in November or whenever we come back with the strategic initiatives, that could be part of the discussion. It could be a
so
much
we can
broader
talk
discussion.
about the lever to do this come November when we're in our meeting.
I think staff will do their best to make as broad of an agenda description at your strategic initiatives as the members who have been through that process before have seen. I think they really do try and keep allow you for a very broad discussion, because you have a number of competing interests you want to look at on where you want to spend your time, staff time, and resources for the next 2 years.
Okay. So I know that this says open, it's for the conservation open space element. So I guess is the expectation that for November that we go through chapter 4 and decide which ones we can do, or does staff come to us with that? How does that work?
I can say, before you jump in, that my expectation was that I would not be the expert in what the low-hanging fruit was and what we could more short-term accomplish versus long-term. I was counting on the staff to be able to make recommendations about what our abilities are, our capacity is, and what we could do short-term, long-term. But I want us to have some serious discussions about the goals, but I understand that I'm not the expert in this.
And maybe it's because I don't understand exactly what November is. So in November, when she said chapter 4, will you all come back in November? Okay, we went through chapter 4. These are the things that we can accomplish, and this is the route we take for each one to accomplish it. Do you guys want to invest money in that? Is that how it works?
So at your very next council meeting, November 9th, we plan to show you the current strategic plan and give you a status update on where we are on that current strategic plan. What have we accomplished? What's still outstanding? What needs to be rolled over? Or what are we recommending is no longer a priority? And let's remove it. So we'll have that discussion on November 9th. We'll also discuss the financial status of the city, its fund balances, the ARPA funds, and those potential uses for you to allocate, and get some initial direction from you to be considering. And then also highlight, just by title only, here are some potential strategic plan initiatives that we, staff, are recommending, that we have heard from this council over the last year that we think are going to be important strategic plan initiatives. And based on tonight's direction, it sounds like add the implementation of the conservation and open space element of the general plan. And then that alone may be a whole study session all on its own for a couple hours on one night to go through every line item and get a status update on what have we completed, what's outstanding, what do we need additional resources to implement. But that certainly is a great strategic plan initiative, but it's going to be a heavy lift. And timing's critical.
Yeah. The implementation plan that's in the back of the general plan will have the checklist, and there probably are some things on there, I imagine, that we can say are currently in progress or have been accomplished. But part of it is us not knowing where we are with that.
Correct. Yeah, as I understand from our community development director that staff last presented one to the council back in 2017 or something like that, and we're committed to bring that every year with an implementation plan checklist to show what's been done, what's still outstanding, so that more transparency, more understanding of how we're adhering to our general plan.
Okay, and just clarification, because I know this has come up before. This is not the climate action plan that we moved, that we need to get that consultant to do, that we stripped away from the housing element, right? This is totally separate.
Previous request was for a climate action plan.
It was not, but that's okay. So, but this is not the climate action plan that we stripped away, right?
This is the open space element of the general plan, which includes a climate action plan as one of 50 action items. But right, so it's not solely a climate action plan. That's correct.
Okay.
And for me at this point, I'm not including the climate action plan, knowing that that comes with an especially large budget. So I'm keeping that out of my request so that we can look at all the other elements of this and focus on those.
So we'll bring the whole element, which includes climate action plan, but 50 other things as well. And then you guys
Tim,
can
she just asked you not to include the climate action plan, right? She just said those words. So why are we going to bring it back? We already, I guess that's the frustrating part for me, is this is the third time that's come up where there's a disconnect. Unless I'm wrong, Councilmember Meyer, but I heard you verbalize, don't bring that back.
Last meeting I did say that. The first initial time I brought this up, I did mention the climate action plan, as I was not clear on the fact that there was a difference between the two. Once I understood that, because we had an actual discussion about it last time, I did say I would like to remove the climate action plan from my request.
Okay, so I hope that's clear. She's not asking.
There's no misunderstanding. I'm saying it's in the general plan. You don't have to fund it. You don't have to act on it, but it is in the general plan. So when we bring back that element, it will be included, but you don't have to do anything with it, just like 50 other things in that plan. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Actually, my question then would be, since we're on a crunch, wouldn't it be extra work to put that in and then know that we're not going to address it?
I'm hearing very clear, you don't want to fund the climate action plan right now.
Right, I know, but I mean,
we're not
putting
trying to push that.
Right, no, I understand that. I'm saying the staff time and effort to do the research about what it would take to implement. Do we need to have that part of it as this presentation for our strategic planning if we know we're not going to right now adopt that? Is it just a waste of staff time and effort is what I'm trying to
No, because
ask.
when we give by line item on November 9th of potential strategic plan initiatives by title only, just to give you a
Got it.
flavor of what's
Okay.
coming on December 1st, when we have all day to talk about all
Okay.
of the different initiatives, we'll include this whole chapter, and then you guys as a council can decide what you want to direct us to start implementing.
Okay, thank you.
But I can't excise the climate action plan from the general plan unless you guys make that decision to remove it from the general plan element.
Just for my request.
Yeah.
Okay, just for my clarification, we have agreed as a council not to move for staff to spend time and resources on this as a future agenda item, but we are moving it to the November meeting for.
If that would mean a full council discussion and evaluation of a staff presentation, including options, priorities, timelines, then that's what I'm asking for.
Yeah, I would say include it, just direct us to include it in the strategic plan session so we can have more discussion about it.
As recommended by Councilmember Wary. Correct?
It was my suggestion, yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah, I'll
And
support
she
that.
agreed that that would be a perfect place for it.
Okay, then at this point, then, as far as I'm aware, there is no need for a council vote. Is that correct or not?
That's correct. I think there's consensus from the council to put this item as part of the overall discussion as through your strategic initiative process. And it'll come back, I think, as just a simple line item in November, but then there'll be a more thorough discussion of it come December, your December meeting, if I understand that correctly.
And then if we decide to fund it or to move forward, then an even more in-depth one.
Of course.
When it comes later.
Of course, and that will be, I think that is really the discussion, if I'm understanding this correctly, the discussion that Councilmember Meyer is asking for is that much more thorough discussion of it. That's not going to come in November or December. That would be the February discussion or somewhere down the road, but it depends on if the council agrees to move forward with this item.
I would agree with that, but I would really prefer to have that no later than February, that thorough discussion.
Well, I think part of that becomes all of the other items that the council will be bringing forward for strategic initiatives and how best to balance those together. So they're not my areas, but I'm just thinking for staff and the council, there could be other competing interests that also want to go in February that you'll need to discuss, but it's certainly not the time to do that here. But
Totally understood. It's not specifically my goal because I love the month of February. It's more that I want to make sure it's not put in the back shelf again.
I think if it's in your strategic plan, it should not be put on the back shelf because that's what the council's priorities are for the next 2 years.
So if I could just then add, if we're talking about the strategic plan, which you'd be talking about November, December, effectively starting July of 2022. I'm hearing you want to start this earlier, so maybe strategic plan isn't the place for it then. Because if you want to start that earlier, we don't start the strategic plan initiatives until July because you fund it in the budget that's approved in May, June.
Would the thorough discussion in February prohibit it starting in July?
No, we could still discuss it. It wouldn't be a strategic plan initiative. Based on the historical way of doing these strategic plans for a 2-year cycle, it doesn't start till July 2022.
But we could start the thorough discussion
Absolutely.
in February, but it doesn't, I mean, the funding could kick in July.
Yes, so that would work. I just wanted to make sure that was clear that it wouldn't be funded and starting until July, but we could certainly have a discussion earlier and prioritize things. Absolutely.
I'm fine with that, as long as, again, if we've got our priorities set up.
Okay, well, if there's no more council discussion on that item, then I need a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We are adjourned. Thank you.